1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 47. Oh, that's not bad. Yes, how about that? So I actually died. It's like I actually died playing Fallout. That doesn't happen too often. Well, 50% of the time it does. I do die. So whatever. What are you gonna do, right? But you know, and then it's like I like to really play a good amount of the game, and then go to the Sierra Army Depot, and then just take it. You know what I mean? Like the way that I died. Who couldn't remember that one scene where Gustavo Fringe, he stands there like this, right? And he goes, "You want a piece of me? Come and get it, come and get it, come and get it." And he just stood right there while cartel sharpshooters were like a quarter mile away, like zoned in with like heavy artillery. I mean, if you saw Breaking Bad, then you know that. So I'm like, I don't have a choice. One, I like it. I don't have a choice because that's just the way that I play. I like to me, if you have something that's beautiful and you're not willing to risk it, then it's. I'm not saying there's a quality that's wrong with you, but if I create something that's beautiful, I'm willing to risk it. I'm willing to have it get destroyed. And I think that's what separates me from other people. Like, if they were to get as far as I was in the game, they'd have to turn it off. They would have to play it safe to keep it. You know what I mean? But the difference between me and them is I can reproduce that. Anytime I want, I can reproduce that, and I can get to that part of the game. So, as beautiful as that is, and as great as it would have been to see Gus beat the game, I was either going to beat the game or I wasn't going to beat the game. It mattered to me, but I had to beat the game on my own terms. At every given point in the game, I want to know that my game is being jeopardized. If my game's not jeopardized, then I'm not happy. Fallout 2 is a really good game in that respect because you can continue to put more and more skin in the game, and no matter how good your equipment is, depending on the decisions that you make, the game is just as hard beginning, mid game, and then late game, and then end game. It's always end game, not end game. It's always as hard as it could possibly get. And of course, I can't help myself. So because I want to make sure if I'm going to play 8.5 to 9 hours into a game, and I've done all this other stuff, and it's been great, and it's been entertaining, and it's been good, and we had some good laughs, and I got to gloat and piss a few people off, and turn a few people away from the channel by just telling them that they suck. I'm like, you suck. You're not any good. And then to just stand there in front of Gatling guns and to just let those bullets ricochet off your chest, that's what I'm. But then again, that's what Gus does. That's Gus. Yeah, man, we were crushing that. Nobody risks it like me. Nobody else has the balls to do that. To go, and that's the other thing. One, nobody could do it because it takes a tremendous amount of skill. I've been playing this game since I was a little kid. You know what I mean? So if I wanted to just win, I could win. I could beat the game 3, 4, 5, 6 times in a row if I wanted to. I mean, I know how to get everything for free in San Francisco. I could just start the game, go down south, and then just beat it. But I need to know that at any given time I can lose, and I don't even, from your perspective, if you're going to watch my channel, you need to know that at any given time I can die, and I don't think that there's anything more I don't think there's anything else more satisfying that you can give your audience than your defeat. You know what I mean? So how many times did I gloat? And I was like, I'm better than you. You're not as good as me because I'm better than you. I know that I'm better than you. I'm about to prove it. Oh, you thought I was going to lose right there? That's because you're not as good as me. And then, you know what I mean? And it's like you really throw yourself out there as a producer of gaming content when you gloat and gloat and gloat and gloat and gloat and you push it and you push it and you get people biting their nails and they get them furious and they're like, oh my god, I hate this guy. I want to type and I want to tell him I hate him. 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 And then for me, that's glorious. That's glorious. And I don't think that just sitting idly by and playing the game is enough for me anymore. I want to know that I want to know I want to be underneath people's skin, but I also want to be there with them to support them in their future, their gameplay, and I want to take the game in a direction that it's never been. But I also want people to want to see me be beat, but then I also want to produce a victory that's awe-inspiring at the same time. That's art. You know what I mean? And to produce the full effect it's glorious. There's been a few times where I produced the full effect. I was gloating the whole way, I was bragging the whole way, and I almost died here, and there. And then I actually beat the game in the most spectacular fashion probably imaginable. You know what I mean? And it was just like, but then in the end, you have to just step back and then just applaud because I made it that hard. You want to see me get beat because I keep rubbing how good I am into you, but I never play it safe. I always make it as hard as possible. So I keep rubbing it into your face how much better I am at the game than you will ever be in your life. And I continue to walk this road of unparalleled difficulty. So you know that at any given time, I'm just going to lose. It's inevitable. That's why when you look at my ratio of win to loss, it's 50%. I win, I lose. I win, I lose. I win, I lose. I win, I lose. It's like it's win, lose, win, lose, win, lose, win. But I create that tension. It's not enough for me to have you want me to lose and then walk the easy way. I'm continually giving you an opportunity to see me fail. To me, that's beautiful. And that's gutsiness in playing. And to this day, I've never seen or I've never known anybody who's willing to go that deep into the game, to go 8 hours into a game of 100% pure focus on the most difficult game that I can even imagine. And then to just put the controller down and then stand in front of Gatling guns as they just rip you to shreds. That is because then it's like, okay, you get your opportunity to see me get beat. If you're lucky. But again, 50% of the time I'm going to win. That's the truth. 50% of the time I give you 50% of the time. 50% of the time I push the envelope and I push the envelope and I push the envelope and I push creativity as far as it can go in the game. And I do pull it off 50% of the time. And I go as hard as it can possibly be. As hard as it possibly be. And you know that if I would have survived the Sierra military base, I was going to go right to the Mariposa military depot and I was going to fight a whole bunch of super mutants. So you knew that was happening. There was no way that was not going to happen. And then I was going to take on Frank Horrigan. So, and then you knew that. So if you couldn't stand me if you couldn't stand me at Sierra and you wanted me to die, I was going to give you another opportunity to see it happen at Mariposa, but it probably wasn't going to happen. And then, but it could happen. I could have got ripped to shreds by a Gatling gun or like a flamethrower or something like that. And then we were going to go, and somehow I was going to take Frank Horrigan down with explosives. I don't know how I was going to do that, but that's what I was going to do. I have no idea how I was going to do that because I hadn't tested it. But I had a grand finale in mind how I wanted to beat the game, and it was going to be with explosives. You know, obviously we're going to be doing some monkey business because I had tags selected, but I wanted to do something new that I'd never done before. So I wanted to just wing it. You know what I mean? You know, like with when I like with Catwoman, I went in there with a plan for Catwoman, but in the end, I just wung it. I was winging it the whole time. You know what I mean? I was like, well, I can get myself to the end, but then in the end, I actually had to do all this stuff with seconds to spare, and I had to actually stand before this raging beast, and I had to fight him barehanded. You know what I mean? And I did in fact beat him with seconds to spare, and there was with basically no other way that I could possibly beat him. So it was spectacular. But I had a finish in mind that you guys weren't going to believe. I had a finish in mind that you guys weren't going to believe. And I think that as a producer of Fallout content, that you know, at least from my perspective, then you should be thinking about how do you create something that's going to be memorable, you know, because you know, like, so because from my perspective, somebody could parallel my content, right, in theory, but they could do it, and for they could do it easily. Anybody could do it. So I'm streaming, and they're like, "Oh, well, I want to beat Aaron to a pulp. I want to beat FEI." So they'll be like, "I'll play Fallout 4 as Gus," and they could do that. You know what I mean? It'd be ripping off my idea. It'd be corny, but they could do it. They could get a lot more views. But would they have a big finish? And that's where, you know, and that's where they're, and that's where, you know, you're either the original, you're either high fidelity, or you're just like a quadruple copied cassette tape, and I'm the real deal. I'll get you there, and you know that if I'm going to get you all the way to the end, you cannot possibly predict what I'm going to do. Like when I beat Frank Horrigan with super stim packs, the first time nobody knew what I was doing. People kept asking me, "Why are you getting all those super stim packs? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing?" And we were doing something that had never been done before, and boy, was it going to be crazy. And I was doing stuff during this run that some of you guys hadn't seen before. I was setting traps. I was dropping bombs, doing stuff that, you know, for the past 23 years, people didn't know was possible. And nobody knew in the past 23 years that you could set traps. No one had ever done it. And I was setting traps, and I was doing all kinds of cool stuff. I played a little bit recklessly, but that's because I was rusty. You know what I mean? But now that I've shaken the rust off, it got a little bit better. But this is also a different kind of challenge because we weren't using jet. You know, there was no jet to be used. So I kind of had to. I liked it playing without jet. But the only problem is that when you play without jet, when you go to Sierra Military Depot, you need that jet, and I'll tell you why. Because you'll take because it raises your AC by 4 points. That raising your armor class by 4 points could mean dodging one bullet that would kill you. You know. But I got to think about how I'm going to do Sierra Military Base in the future. But I tell you, 90% of the time you just stand there and take it, and that's the preferred method. But if you get too close to those suckers and they get critical hits on you, I mean, it's bad. But you saw it. We were at level 21. We had 106 hit points, and it's like you never see me that hungry for hit points. But that's Gus. You know what I mean? That's Gus. Is that he's Gus? I think probably weighed 162 pounds at most. Not a very big guy. I think of Cuban descent. I think Cuban American descent. Probably, I figured he was my height. I figured he was maybe 5'10", 5'10 and a half, something like that. Weighed about 158 to like 100. 68 pounds. But you know how those celebrities are. They're skinny as hell. I wouldn't be surprised if he was 5'9" and, weighed like 149 pounds. It could happen. I mean, because he's Gus has no sex appeal. He's not like the guy that plays Captain America or the guy that plays Thor. You know what I mean? He's not like Dwayne the Rock Johnson, or he's not like Batista. His job is to basically look scary, but when you stand right next to him in person, he's not very big at all. You know what I mean? Uh, but so his endurance had to be 4. I didn't have a choice. He had to have 4 for endurance. So, which meant that we were only getting like 4 hit points per level. And, it had been a while since I've done a 4 endurance run. But I wasn't thinking it was going to be that bad. I'm thinking, oh, well, by that point, I'll maybe have 120 hit points. But you saw what happened. We got hit by 144 damage. So what you need is you got to have. You don't need to be that lucky. I'll be honest with you. You just need to go in there in the middle of the night and just stand there. Now you could run up and just rush all those turrets and point blank them with a bowser. You could easily do that. Nobody's saying you couldn't do that, but gosh, that is really scary. Because I mean, 1 out of 20 games, I'm dying at the Sierra Military Depot as it is. Well, I figure, if I'm just rushing them up to them point blank, then it could be like 1 out of 5 games I'm getting beaten. I don't know. I mean, that's not a risk that I'm willing to take, because I have not calculated what the odds are. I haven't the foggiest idea. I got to take this sweater off. I'm starting to overheat. But yeah, I'm just going to do squats tonight. I want to finish my coffee here and then do some squats. Now, I was watching some Twitch streamers for a second. Man, those female Twitch streamers make a lot of money. I'm telling you, they just make bank. I gotta hire a female and then give her a studio and then just have her play, wear a bra, a push-up bra, and then just get you guys drooling over her and put her on Twitch or something like that. She's not going to do very good on YouTube because I don't think there's really money for that right now. And I don't know, maybe there is, maybe there isn't. But Twitch, I think that, if I had a girl on staff and I set her up, just get her a little battle station, like a nice, like $1,200 computer, a good rig, you know what I mean? And then just get her set up. But then just money would come right through the channel. But this one girl, I mean, she was playing the game, and whatever game it was, I don't remember what it was because I don't know one of their video games. And I mean, she had nice boobs. I'll give her that. I don't remember what her face looks like. Typical. She's playing a game I don't understand. She had nice boobs, and I don't remember what her face looks like. So, typical Fallout 2 player, right? And but she was raking it in. She's making some money on Twitch. She's playing some kind of a video game. The Fallout 2 marketplace on Twitch is not very well. I mean, it's there. I would be doing better. So I make. I'll show you my analytics. So I make like 22 cents a day, something along those lines. There's not a lot of money out in being a Fallout 2 player, So I mean, I don't know how to stretch this out to make this bigger, I guess. I don't know. Yeah. Well, no, that won't work. I don't know how to do that. But like this week, I'll show you what I did. So I made this week, basically, like I said, I make about 22 to 27 cents a day. On average, I'd say. And then every now and then somebody throws me a bone. But basically, what I do is, so you have to, if you're not passionate about the game that you play, then you're not going to be successful, because the idea is that you play it despite everything else that's going on, you know, and then that should be your main goal is what you do for the game. And I mean, I guess, a little bit you should be thinking about the community, I guess, but I'll be honest, I don't really think about the community when I play the game. I'm not thinking about I think about Fallout 2 players, but I don't consider Fallout 2 players like a community. I think of Fallout 2 players as bread and butter gamers. So I was going to save this file as money. So every week I make about $1.50 off of this channel. That's pretty good for a Fallout 2 player. I'm making more money than any Fallout 2 player's ever made, and that's pretty good. So I mean, it's but yeah, like I said, like, see, so like every day I make about 22 to 27 cents. Some days I might make like 11 cents, but then the next day I might make like 30 cents. So 22, 27 cents. So every day is like $1.50, and then every now and then someone will throw me a bone. But you guys don't understand what it's like to be in my shoes, because I cannot release crap. Other channels can release anything they want. So you take a look at my channel and the way that I set it up. I'm already burying my own content. I don't like to do that. So which means, for example, so my last workout video, I actually have to. I don't have to delete it, but I have to make it so that you can't see it, because I can't confuse the channel. You know what I mean? Somebody's going to come here. I need them to see how to play the game. I need them to see how they can play the game. And so I can't have people thinking, oh, well, it's a workout channel. You know what I mean? They have to know that there's like some hope. They have to know there's seek. So I'll make that my last workout video privated. See? So now when you go to my homepage, you can't see it. So what you do see is when you go to my channel, is I need you to see my Temple of Trials. Well, I need you to see that. That's important to me. I need you to see that Temple of Trials run. That's a value to me. And I need to make sure that you're able to see that you can defeat Frank Horrigan with Super Stim Packs. And I need to make sure that you can see that you can sneak up on Frank Horrigan. And I need you to know that you can hack the endgame computer with like Superman. And I need you to know that you can do finesse and lockpick stuff. See, I can't, other channels have the luxury of doing whatever the hell they want, because they know that everything they do supersedes the last thing they do, because it's just the relevancy of the way that people's attention span is. You know what I mean? If somebody wants to make something or whatever, whether it be good or a piece of crap, and most of the time, if you're asking me, even they'll acknowledge, they tried, a little bit, but it's essentially just a piece of crap. But then they have to bump it out, because if they don't, then they don't get the money, right? So, but for me, it's different. Every single thing that I do, I got to be careful, because I have to make sure that it doesn't cover up how to do the Temple of Trials. You see what I'm saying? That's priorities. So you can like me or you can hate me, but it don't make a difference, because I'm not gonna do anything to make it so that you can't see the Temple of Trials. You're gonna see the Temple of Trials, even if it means that I'd have to work 30 hours that week for 90 cents, basically volunteer work, and then erase it all just so that people were able to see how you could do the Temple of Trials right. Then that's what I would do. See what I mean? And that's what it means to not just be a content creator, not just to be an artist, but to be like, no, I'm telling you that I care about Fallout 2 and I care about your gameplay. I prove it. I write essays on the subject. You just show me what your best guy is doing. You just show me what the second best guy in the business is doing. Is he writing essays? I don't freaking think so. I don't freaking think so. I'm the only one in the business that writes essays on the game. And when I write something in the game, it trumps anything else that there's ever been. There's nobody doubts when they look at my channel. They're like, oh, okay, this is Fallout 2. You know, sometimes people will come to my channel and be like, why do you call yourself the best Fallout player when all you play is Fallout 2? Oh, it's pretty simple, because I've got more records than every other Fallout player in the world combined. It's pretty freaking simple, right? And if you don't really think I'm the best, and you just show me another Fallout player somewhere on some console or some website that's actively competing and saying they're good, I'm waiting. Oh, my bad. They don't exist. If you want to say you're the best Fallout 2 player in the world, or Fallout player, you need to be actively competing. Say that you're the best, and then put your skin in the game every single time you play, like I do. And then put your money where your mouth is. So you want to know why I'm the best Fallout player in the world? Because I'm the only one that competes. You want to know why I'm the best Fallout player in the world? Because you take a look at my channel. I've got more world records and more accomplishments and more achievements in one game than all of my contemporaries across all the other games and platforms combined. That's why I'm the best. That's why I'm the best. You don't like it? I don't know what to tell you. Your guy ain't competing. Your guy don't want to compete. Your guy don't want to compete because he needs to make some video that gets a whole bunch of views. And then he'd rather do that, which is fine. And I don't have a problem with that. He can do that. I'm scrolling down and down and down and down and down. It's like, wow, I play Fallout 2. You know what I mean? Wow, I play Fallout 2. I finally got to the bottom of my videos, I think. I play Fallout 2. I've got hundreds and hundreds of videos of Fallout 2. Yeah. You know, I mean, if your best guy, if you think someone else is better, well, first off, you're wrong. And second, you can't prove that. And third, that makes you silly because you believe in something that doesn't exist. And fairy tales, you're supposed to be growing out of that. All right, kiddo? So there ain't another Fallout player out there that's actively competing. All right? But anyways, if you want to be an active competitor in this business, you're going to make about $1.50 a week. You're going to make $1.50 a week. This is what a competitor looks like. $1.50 a week. $1.50 a week is what you're going to make if you want to be a competitor. If you want to be the best at a video game, you're going to make about $1.50 a week. Now you could play Minecraft and you could probably pull $250,000 a year. But are you really going to catch up at this point to a game that's, what is that? What's Minecraft, like 12, 13, 14, 15 years old? You're not going to catch up. You ain't going to catch up. You're going to catch up. Nobody's going to watch your channel. Nobody's going to watch your channel because nobody cares about you. And they don't care about you because they've been watching a guy that's been playing the game since the beta version was released. You know what I mean? That's how it is. Or maybe you want to make a name for yourself in another popular game. And guess what? Nobody gives a crap about you. Nobody likes you. You want to know why they don't like you? Because the people that they do subscribe to has spent the past 10 straight years honing their gameplay, scouring the archives for every little tip and trick on how to play the game better, collaborating with people, learning how to play the game, watching other people's video, and working on their mic skills 5 to 6 days a week. 5 to 6 days a week. And that got nothing to do with how many, and ain't got nothing to do with how many Skillshare sessions that you learned or how good you are at editing. You know what I mean? Like, do you really think that anybody wants to go toe-to-toe with me on the mic, on a hot mic? You want to go toe-to-toe with Aaron freaking Wheel and Fallout? No. No, that's a good way to get freaking burned. A good way to get freaking burned. Because I've been working on my voice and I've been working on speaking for like the past 15 freaking years. You know what I mean? And I bring all that, and still, you're only going to make like $1.50 a week. So every now and then someone will throw you a bone. But the thing is when you're in my shoes, if I were to say release 5 more pieces of content this week, which by the way, I'd have to delete or I'd have to private that because you wouldn't be able to see the stuff that I want you to see. See? I don't care about, I mean, I would like a little extra money, but I know the analytics and I know what I'm in this for. I know that for every quality piece of work that I produce, I'm going to make about 1 extra cent a week. I mean, 1 extra cent a day. 1 extra cent a day. So every piece of quality, high quality work that I do, it's going to make about 1 extra cent a day. So, I know what I'm in it for. So if you think that I'm going to start making videos about stuff that frankly doesn't interest me and that I could care less about, it's never going to happen. It's never going to happen. You're never going to see the way that I produce work. My value system is in conflict. My value system is at constant odds with what I could the potential. You know what I mean? I would rather play the game. Look, if I wanted to compete with other people, you know what I would do? You know what I would do? I would go every single day. What I would do is I would say, "Oh man, you're not going to believe this piece of item, and here's how you can get it." And I'd make like a 2.5 minute video or a 3.5 minute video on how to make that item, get that item. And they'd be like, "Oh, it's cool, and nobody knows about it." And then you can get that. You know what I mean? And then the next day I'd do that, but I'm not interested in that. Because for me, and I'm not saying that's like a weak way to YouTube. It's just that's not me, and I'd never do that. I'd rather. So other people they'll be thinking about, okay, how do I make a video that's going to get 10,000 views within a day? And I'm thinking, I'm thinking of is how do I make a content that people are going to be watching in 30 years? You see the difference? When I make content, I have to think about 30 years down the road. Well, how do I make content that's going to get viewed 30 years down the road? You think I'm going to get content 30 years down the road making a 2.5 minute video about the 14mm pistol and its AP bullets? I don't freaking think so. Because in 30 years, not only are 30 other guys going to be doing that same scheme, and make no mistake, it's a scheme, it's a hustle, but it's going to get buried, and Fallout 2 will become so absolutely irrelevant that only peak content is going to stand the test of time. So I have to make things that are sensational. So why do I have to make things that are sensational? Because I'm a teacher of Fallout. A teacher of Fallout is always thinking about so far down the road. So far down the road. There is no other anybody even attempting to teach Fallout games. And from what I've seen, the other video games seem so self-explanatory that any Tom, Dick, and Harry, and indeed anybody that I don't even think is even that credible of a resource, could play the game on the hardest settings and pull out freaking miracles. Fallout 2 ain't like that. So Fallout 2, and then still we don't have anybody else teaching those other games. Nobody's even trying. It's just a different kind of a scheme. Who wants to go toe-to-toe with me on the mic? Do you? I would freaking squash you. I'd be running my mouth about one thing or the other, and I wouldn't shut up. I would shut you down. You know, I'd put you right there. Right there in your little box. I'd say, shut it. Zip it. Don't say a freaking word, because daddy's talking right now. I'd put a little boo-boo in your mouth, and I'd put a little dunce cap on you, and just slap you around, just leave you there. Because I know what's worth talking about. You don't want to go toe-to-toe with me on the mic. You don't want to go toe-to-toe with me on the mic. That'd be freaking suicide. All these other guys, they do their work, they got their scripts. They're like, okay, I've got no social skills. I've got no game. I gotta write all this. And they're like, okay, so then they'll put it up on their screen. And then they'll read it like 400 times, so they screwed it all up because they got all these social anxieties. And they just can't do it. And then finally, like, yes, I finally was able to talk into the microphone. And they're like, wait a minute. They listen to it, and they're like, oh my God, I gotta edit it because it sounds like crap. I don't got that problem. If I wanted to go for the throat, I could go for the throat. I would have to say to everybody, you guys are freaking lucky right now that I'm in the business that I'm in. And the business that I'm in is the business of making quality investments that have a long-term payoff. Yeah, I'm kind of like in the hole right now, but that's just the way that the landlord business is. You know what I mean? If I had what other people had, then I would play the game different. But it's different for me. I like to work with my tenants. So I keep piling them up and up and up and up. But a day is going to come. A day is going to come where I finally have enough units where every single month I'm making enough trickle down income where I can start investing money into YouTube. And may God have mercy on your souls when that day comes, because I will astroturf every nook and cranny of this business until kingdom come. You'll be able to get a word in edgewise because I'm going to have my plastic all over the freaking place. They'll be covering every single topic from Fallout 1, 2, 3, 4, New Vegas 76, London, and anything else that comes out. We'll be all over the place. We'll be anonymous, and we'll have big channels, and you won't be able to compete because I'll be paying people to do the work. You don't like me? Screw you. There ain't nothing you can do about it because the day's going to come, and it's going to come quick. That's right. So buckle up. Buckle up because Daddy's getting stronger. You don't like it? I'm going to put saran wrap over this entire business one day, and there's not a damn thing any of you can do about it. And there's not a damn thing any of you can do about it. I haven't even started doing squats yet. And there's not a damn thing that you can do about it. Because I will just pay some bloke straight out of college with a degree in editing and software to do all the heavy lifting digitally for me. I'll just pay him $35,000 or $40,000 right out of college. Here's what I want you to do. I want you to astroturf here, here, and here. And every third day, I want you to make a video on Fallout 2 about some stupid item or a piece of crap, and I want you to make a 2.5 to 4 minute long video about it. And every third day, I want you to make a video on Fallout 3, and I want you to make a 2.5 to 4 minute video about some stupid piece of crap that nobody gives a crap about. And every third day, I want you to make a video about Fallout 4, and every fourth day, I want you to do New Vegas, and then 76. It'll be all over the place, different channels. All that revenue coming to me and my guys. All that revenue coming to me and my guys. Well, you wouldn't want to have it any other way now, would you? Because if we're really being honest, there's nobody else that you'd rather have. Because I'm the realest guy in the room. I'm the realest guy in the room. The other guys, you can't even touch. You can reach out and touch me. I'm here. I exist. Oh, I thought my knees were feeling better. But maybe not so much. But we're still doing squats. I got to get ready to do some squats. But again, if we're really being honest, you all know that I'm the realest guy in the room. And if I ever had the financial resources to get a foothold in this business, you know I could absolutely take it over. And it wouldn't matter if you like me or not, now would it? No, it wouldn't. Because if we're really being honest, when the entire industry is completely saran wrapped over and nobody can tell organic from AstroTurf, you'll just click on, you'll eat anything that I give you. I could give you a double bacon cheeseburger with an afterbirth insert and you'd chug it down like a glutton because you're an absolute freaking monster, aren't you? That's right. You mad lads, you. You guys are mutants. You'll eat anything. All right. I'm going to leave this camera rolling here for a second. Freaking mutants, you. All right. Let me get my shirt, let me get my shorts. I love cards. You guys are mutants. You'll eat anything. All right. Let's do some squats. Yep. So there's value in anonymity in this business. There's a lot of value in anonymity in this business. And I've learned that. Because I've learned how successful people can be when they're anonymous, when you can't reach out and touch them. You think I won't copy that same formula? I will. I will. And in 4 years, once I've got 12 more units under my belt, and then I can put that income into somebody else, some young talent out of college, I could pay a guy $35,000 to $42,000 per year and promise him a share of the revenue stream. And he can just use his skills, have him do the work. And because by then I'll have probably done most of what I want to do for Fallout 2. But a day is going to come. And it's not about revenge. I'm just the rightful heir. And I don't care about the other games. I'll just pay somebody else to do it. And what are you going to do about it? We'll just provide you a place where you can chat and have friends. And the data's in. People like that. I don't do that. I don't leave comments on videos and stuff like that. Because that's not what I'm interested in. I talk to my handyman, I talk to my repairman, and I listen to people tell me about how I need to paint their bedrooms and how I need to fix their electricity and how I need to do all this stuff for them. And then I'm like, okay, I'm done talking to people, because, whenever I talk to people, it's okay, we're behind on this and you need to spend this money here, because if you don't, then you're in violation, and you need to do this. So, by the time it's like where you guys, you're all like, oh, okay, so, because I don't know how it is like where you work or what you do. But today was just a good day because my phone hardly rang at all. Tomorrow's not going to be like this because we got to clean gutters. So tomorrow I'm going to be 50 feet in the air cleaning gutters. I don't know how high we're going to be, but I know I need a 100-foot long hose. And then we got to replace the gutters on the east end of one of my buildings, because all kinds of water is leaking into the basement now. And we just had another sewage leak, so we just had to replace 9 feet of sewage line. 9 feet of sewage line. 9 feet of sewage line. And it's pre-1950s construction. And it's not floorboards like you would expect. It's joists and then boards over the joist, but there's no we got to fix that floor at some point. So it's so the 9 feet of sewage line breached right underneath this one unit. So that was pretty catastrophic. Pretty catastrophic, I'd say. But man, this one girl I was watching on Twitch, she's playing she had a pretty nice pair on her. It was all right. I think she could have used a push-up bra, would have been a little bit nicer, but she was wearing an athletic bra. I think if she would have pushed those girls up a little bit, she'd do a little bit better for herself, but she had a pretty nice rack. All right. All things considered, she got a nice pair. All right, so earlier today, my knee was feeling better, but now it's not feeling better. I think I want to do, I know I said I didn't want to do high bar anymore, but I had an idea. I could do high bar for reps with lighter weight, and I think it might be possible to strengthen my knee. I don't know, because I've not had an x-ray yet. I mean, what am I going to do? I've not had an x-ray. You can't just arbitrarily make, health plans without an x-ray. So I'm not had an x-ray, so I'm not going to, make decisions like that. Like, oh, I need to stop lifting. My knee comes and goes. Sometimes it hurts so bad that I can barely even drive. Other times I'm all over the place. My knee feels really good. It's just the way that it is. Now, I changed my mattress so my hip feels a lot better. So for years, my hip felt real bad. But since I got my new mattress, it feels real good. But man, you should have seen this girl's rack. She had a nice pair on her. Now that's some quality gaming. Nice big ones too, but not too big, you know what I mean? Functional, purposeful, dutiful. She knows what's up. There we go. Yeah, so I don't exactly know what weight I should be lifting. Probably, I don't know, we could try 235. Maybe we could do I don't know, maybe we could do, I don't know what we're going to do, but we're going to do something. Because tomorrow, once we get this, once we get these gutters installed, if we can clean the gutters on one unit and then install them on the other, then we'll really be ahead. The thing is, I never looked into those gutters when I bought the place. I just was like, whatever. But see, the thing was, I couldn't find anybody to help me do the work because everybody charges too much. The way that the industry is where I live is people are going to charge you $150 an hour. There's people that charge $300 an hour. I can't do that. I don't work with people that want $300 an hour. So, my cribs were getting damaged because of the weather. Well, what am I going to do? When someone's charging me $300 to put a shingle on a roof, then yeah, guess what? I can't do anything. But I finally found a guy that he'll work, and he won't. So he'll just work, And so I tell you what, the whole industry is going to collapse where I'm at. And then this guy that I'm working with, he's going to take everybody's business. I'm fine with that. I don't care. I'm fine with that. I don't care. He takes all the confusion out of things. You know what I mean? It's like, I'll explain it in a second, but it's like, so say you have, a house and you put it on the market for $100,000, but you need a new screen door. Well, the way the market is right now, someone will give you a new screen door, but they're going to charge you $300 an hour plus the parts. So to get a new screen door installed, you're out $515 to $550 for a screen door. Now, did that increase the price of your house on the market? No, it didn't. So your house is $100,000 before the repair, and guess what? Chances are, after the repair, the market's going to drive your property down. So it's like, why would you be so stupid as to make repairs? Ooh, that hurts. There's no doubt about it. That hurts. Why would you make repairs that way? Oh, it's equity. Oh, it's equity. The way the market is right now, you can't. The way the market is right now is that having people work for you doesn't build up your value. They'll make an argument that it improves the value of your place, but the problem is this: they'll charge you more than the adjustment. So if somebody's building you a porch, you'll be like, okay, it's going to raise the value of your house by $15,000, right? Well, if it costs you $22,000 to build it, then you don't actually do any good. And then here's the kicker: people will do it, and they'll say, okay, current market price for houses with nice porches in my area are $115,000 or whatever, right? So they figure, I'll pay $22,000 to lose $7,000 in equity. Whatever, big deal, right? Because they figure that the market's just going to go up. Well, that only works when it does. What are you going to do when you pay too much to have something that you don't need? And then the market goes down. So like right now, markets are tumbling because people want out. Well, the thing is nobody's got any money. I have enough to get by, but that's only because of the decisions that I've made. I have enough to get by. And also because I'm a veteran, I get to use the VA home loan, so now the way that it would be, so I could use the FHA loan, or I could use a conventional, and I would do well, but it would not do as good. It would not do as good. So man, my knee is not feeling very good right now. I don't even know what the hell is going on, but we're going to do some squats. I don't know. But I can only do this once a year. So my whole year, I have to save all my money so that at about this time I can buy another multifamily house. And I can only buy a 4-unit. It's the biggest I can get. Now later, in years to come, I'll sell all my assets and I'll get into a brick and mortar, something with like 20 to 25 or 30 units in it, a big brick building. And then I'll collect rents for 3 years, and then I'll remodel, and then I'll raise rents, and then for 3 years I'll collect rents, and then I'll sell it. So that'll be a 6-year scheme. Just to put through, you have no idea how bad my knee feels right now. It feels bad. It's like, it's a little scary, but you just, I don't know. I wonder what it could be, you know? Is it tendon? Is it bone? What is it? Oh my God. It's like, you don't even know. Whatever. Just gotta tough it out. I mean, if I'm gonna get my knee replaced, might as well get there sooner. I hope that it is just the tendon over the meniscus. I hope. But it's just weird. Because you'd figure that if it was genetics that I'd have the same pain on both knees. We don't know what it is. We have no idea. Oh my God. Ugh. Yeah, you know, I think, screw this. I think we're just going to go low bar, dude. Screw high bar. I think just I'm done with high bar. It hurts too bad. It hurts. It's a tremendous amount of pain. I think we just better just go low bar. Ugh. Oh, it's so hard. It's not easy to get into the low bar position. It's one of the hardest things you're going to do. And then to make matters worse, so there's my high bar. It's got to be right above the spine of the scapula. So right there, basically. Oof. But I just can't get into it. I don't know, guys. Oh. It's a loaded stretch. So the thing is to get into it, it takes time. And plus, I'm not 100% hydrated. My knee's killing me. There. There. That's hard. But you should have seen me. You should have seen me in July. I was squatting 385 comfortably, and I was doing a set of 335 for a clean set of 5. Now I'm struggling to do the basics. It's the way that it goes. Yeah, so like I was saying earlier, if I had the money, what I would do, I would just AstroTurf all the Fallout. Because it's already AstroTurfed. Why would you object to me AstroTurfing it when everybody else is AstroTurfing it? You know? But you'd be like, oh, Aaron wants to AstroTurf it. It's already AstroTurfed. It's already AstroTurfed. You know it's AstroTurfed. You know it's AstroTurfed when nobody plays the game. So who would you rather did it? Me or somebody else? Obviously you'd rather me do it. Because I actually play. But I can't play the other ones. I don't have the desire to. They're Fallout games, sure, through and through. But the thing is it's they're not legacy, and I'm very concerned with legacy. So if I'm gonna cover Fallout in the broader spectrum of the game, then I have to AstroTurf it with anonymous accounts, so that you don't know who the string puller is. And you'll just watch it because you like Fallout content, and you would subscribe. I know you'd subscribe. I know you'd subscribe because I watch you guys subscribe in great numbers to inorganic channels. You already do it. Why wouldn't you do it for me? I've already pinned out one channel that I know is an AstroTurf, and you guys are subscribing to it like crazy. They've not done a face reveal. They've not done their full intentions. They don't reveal the fact that they're from a satellite channel that I know, and you subscribe to it. So why wouldn't you do it for me? You would. They'll just have to be anonymous stuff, and you'll take it. And then you know, because that's just the way that you are. I mean, look at me. I subscribe to weightlifting stuff. You think I don't subscribe to AstroTurf? I subscribe to AstroTurf. It's it's what's relevant, you know, at that particular time. Everybody does it. I mean, that it's just that nobody hides it anymore. It used to be that whenever a marketplace was going to get covered over by plastic, there'd be these campaigns to make it look like it was organic. Now people don't even do that anymore. They don't even try to make it look like it's authentic. They pop out of nowhere overnight. And we already know what you guys will do. You'll subscribe to it. So if I know that, and you know that, and they know that, why shouldn't I do it? Just pay some guy to write some hunky-dunky script and then have him read it, and then you wouldn't know it was me. Ooh. Ooh, that hurts. Ooh. 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 I'm exhausted. I'm not the one that has been doing this to you guys. I just do Fallout 2. I've never done an AstroTurf campaign. If you really knew me and if you really studied what I talked about, then you'd already know who the AstroTurf was. I'll give you a hint. He does surveys all the time. But you and I both know who he's in bed with. And if you don't know, then that's just sad. Honestly. But this one guy comes out and he does like surveys and came out of nowhere. And if you don't know who he's in bed with, then I gotta tell you, it's so obvious. I found out the first video that he did because he slipped. He slipped and he used the word one hexing. There's only one idiot in this industry I know that's stupid enough to use the words one and hexing together in the same sentence. And there's only one lackey in this industry who's pliable enough to swallow that hook all the way down until he craps it out. They'd have to be in bed together. Anybody in this business that uses the words one hexing, when explaining how to do point blank damage with machine gun is in bed with you know who. I figured it out months ago. Well, I was cautious. I invited him in, but then more and more I figured out that this guy was not who I thought that he was. He was actually a child of some parent channel. Either that or he was a worshiper. But I'll tell you what. We've got a doppelganger out there. A doppelganger, and he runs surveys. We got a doppelganger and he runs surveys. Okay? And he works with you know who. And he does surveys. And he has revealed himself. And he works with you know who. And he does surveys and he talks about all kinds of stupid eclectic crap. He is not organic, and he did not sprout out. He did not sprout out like some bean shoot. Okay? He didn't sprout out like I did. I came out like a raging sunflower coated with thorns, gasoline, and fire. Alright? Totally organic. 1 in a trillion. 1 in a trillion. Between now and the end of time. You'd never find another guy like me. I'm so transparently, originally organic that you'd have to be a fool not to know that is original, like it or not. But we've got a clone out there. and if I had the money. See, I have learned my lesson. I have learned my lesson. If you want to succeed in this business and if you want to take it all over, you need to be able to pay for somebody that's just gotten out of high school. Provide for them a living with a salary. I'm talking $35,000 to $42,000 a year. For someone that's about 23, 24, 25 in the United States currency, that's an okay amount of money. If you promise them a share of revenue streams, and they'll work with that. Have that guy use his tech skills to cover every single base in the Fallout market. And just copying what everybody else does, just have him do it. But then throw money at it and have it done really, really good. But it starts with resumes, and it starts with meeting people one-on-one. And I'm not talking about online meetings. You gotta meet a graduate. You gotta go to a school. All right? You gotta talk to the professors and find out who the up-and-comers are. All right? And throw people a bone, get them in there. And then have them run it. If you pay a guy about $40,000 a year to just pump out Fallout 2 content, I already know the formula to do it because I would just steal everybody else's game plan. But the thing is that I'd have a pipe hitter in charge. I'd have a pipe hitter. I'm talking about some guy with a master's degree or something like that, an actual pipe hitter, maybe not a master's degree, a bachelor's degree. And I'm not talking about somebody that worships the skill sharing formula. I'm talking about a real honest-to-God guy. You know what I mean? Somebody that I can sit down in front of and ask questions and screen out his authenticity. I need to get a guy that likes Fallout, that'll work for about $38.50 a year with a share of income, and then every single day he pumps out something new with every single thing. You know what I mean? And he's got to run multiple channels so that he confuses you. That's part of the game plan. He's got to confuse you. If you're confused, and if I leave you out of the loop, you won't know what to do. You won't know your head from your asshole. That's part of the game plan. You must be confused. You must be confused. If you're not confused, then you'll know what to do. And I can't have that happen. So one of these days, you're going to find yourself subscribed to some new guy. You don't know who it is. Yeah, what are you going to do about that, huh? What are you going to do when in 2 years, there's some guy with some voice that you like that's like real timid and easy listening? Yeah, and he's like real approachable, and he gives you little heart emojis and little thumbs up and stuff like that. What are you going to do? You're going to subscribe to him. Yeah. Yeah, you're going to do that. What are you going to do? And always in the back of your head, you'll wonder if it was me. Maybe it is. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. But I'm only a couple more years away from being able to pull it off. So that's when you'd want to look. About 2 years from now. About maybe 3. That's when you'd want to keep your eyes open. Because that is when I could pay a guy's salary out of pocket. This is really going to hurt badly. Oh, this is going to hurt. Oh, I don't know how much more of this I can stand. I'm getting old, guys. It's happening. It's happening. I am getting old. I never thought it was going to happen at 37, but it looks like it is. There. That's probably a little bit too low, but whatever, I'll work with it. That's too low. What are you going to do? And then what would you do if you found out that it was always me, but I just used voice editing software to change my voice? I've read more books on communication and body language than you even know exist. I could just change up all the patterns to my speech. You wouldn't even know it was me. I could be right in your face the whole time and you just couldn't see me. I'm getting old. It's like I don't even have a low bar anymore. Have you noticed how some nights I can just squat and get right to it, and other nights I just can't? I just can't. Some nights nothing I do works. Here's my high bar. And that's not all I could do to you. You think I wasn't paying attention to the subscriber counts of all the channels over the past month? You think I didn't learn from that? I could create 3, 4, maybe 5 different channels. You guys would subscribe to them. And then I could start a fight. And they'd gobble up all the air in the room. And they'd get 10 times the views. My knees are totaled. Oh. That's where it's going, guys. Every business is going to be like that. Man, my knee. Every business is going to be like that on YouTube. I got to get an x-ray. Now, if I get a good x-ray, I don't know what I'm going to do next. I mean, it just feels like my kneecap. It doesn't make sense, you know? Maybe what I should just do is, I mean, you can tell I'm winded. But if I don't do this, I'm not going to be able to do 350 the next time I squat. It's coming, guys. And I got to find this low bar. I need a solid low bar. I can't be monkeying around. I need a solid low bar. It's got to be like a true blue low bar. There's new theories too for gripping. There's new gripping theories that are going on. It's just that my arms are long, and you try to grip the bar in such a way. See, that's too low. Yes, right there. Yeah, so the new grip theories are crazy out there. So thumbless grips you've never seen before, they're doing, and they're a nightmare to get into. But here's a thumbless grip where you keep the elbows back to keep the bar over your, to keep the bar from sliding down. So when you lift off, it just sits on top of the spine of the scapula. Like that. I'm beat. I was high bar squatting 370 2 weeks ago, and I can barely do 225. I'm gonna work on my cards. Let me microwave some coffee real quick. Oh my God. It's hard to be confident when your knee really hurts. Because when your knee really hurts, it's like you don't know what to do. Oh. Oh. When your knee hurts, you lose your confidence because something's going on that you don't understand. My knee and everything. It's the tendon over the meniscus is what it feels like. I just don't know. That, and I'm exhausted. You can tell I'm exhausted. Luckily tomorrow I can, but because I did some squats tonight, it'll be easier tomorrow. And then get into the 300s. But that's where it's going, guys. Every marketplace is now being astroturfed. It's not it's the glory days of YouTube are over. The day of you know, the original authentic experience, it's all over. You get an experience and it's acceptable, you know what I mean? So you subscribe to it, and then the bottom line is you subscribe to it and you'll watch it. So the data that I've gotten now is that what happens is, say you like Halo. So there's certain people out there that what they'll do is, and it seems to be a large enough number of people where it's basically commonplace, but I'll tell you what they do. I've observed this. So there's enough of a certain amount of people out there, say they like Halo. They'll subscribe to every single Halo YouTuber that's out there because they want to know everything that's going on. They don't care who you are. They don't care they don't care what color you are. They don't care about your religion. They don't care if you're a male or a female. They don't care if you're a kid. They don't care about that. So, and I'm not saying it's like a part of a cult. What I'm saying is that YouTube has turned into a situation where it's like you can create your own show. You know what I mean? And so what the viewer does, what the viewer will do is subscribe to everybody in the marketplace. They'll just do that. And that's what they do. And I've seen this. And that's what they do. And you do that. Right? I subscribe to lifting channels. All of them. I'm part of that. Not all of them. I don't subscribe to the TikTok guys because they weigh 135 pounds and they've got 14-inch arms. And they're trying to tell me how to get big biceps. And I'm like, nah, I don't think so. I don't think I need a 16-year-old with spaghetti arms to tell me how to get big arms. Trust me, we got a lot of yoked steroid abusing dudes on YouTube to cover that. But I don't, you know what I mean? So it's like for me, I subscribe to channels that talk about the past. Like, they'd be like, oh, Ray Williams just squatted, 1,080 pounds, and that's the record for raw sleeveless or whatever, you know what I mean? And I like that. And then there'll be another guy, and he's like, today I'm going to try to do 20 reps with 500 pounds. I'm like, okay, cool. So what you do is, YouTube is you just create your own TV show. And that's what's going on. So obviously you see what the future is of that, right? You AstroTurf, like if you had $1 million, right, and you wanted to take over Fallout today, you know what you'd do. You couldn't beat me because I'm so eclectic that you couldn't. I'd still be getting views, you know what I mean? But if like what you would do if you had $1 million is you'd create like 4, maybe 6, maybe 7 or 8 little channels, right? And then you'd tweak around the names a lot, and you'd change the names and the URLs a lot as you experimented, and you got data through your analytics. But what you would do is, obviously, you would take advantage of the fact that people like you will just subscribe to new stuff because you're trying to create your own experience, right? Well, you will tune into people that are making the most content. You just will, because they'll be in the top. After all, it's a product of your creation. You created that. It's YouTube, right? You did that to yourself. So the future is plainly obvious. what's going to happen is millionaires are going to dabble into every single market, and and they're not going to just infiltrate it with one channel. It'll be a lot, and you're not going to know who they are, because they'll be writing scripts and they'll be doing videos that are basically just about nothing, and you'll click on it just for a second just to watch a 5-second ad so they get paid off, but they're going to get 10,000 views in one day. And then they're going to have 5 or 6 other channels that are going to do the same thing. It'll just be just 5 or 6 channels releasing nothing burgers every single day. Nothing burger, nothing burger, nothing burger, nothing burger. And you will subscribe to it. You will subscribe to it. And that will be the death of organic channels as we know it. And you could have a case where an organic channel would survive, like my channel would survive, but it would just basically be this thing that was out there, you know what I mean? The underground. And that would be okay, because I'd be making my $1.50 a week. But the other channels that you subscribe to, they would all die. All of them. They wouldn't last it. It'd be just like a winter. It'd be just like an ice age for them. And because when you look at the formula of these guys, it's all the same. Every single one. I mean, do you really think you couldn't do that? Really? You think you couldn't do that? You think I couldn't do that? The only difference is that if I'm going to do that, then I'd rather just pay somebody to do it. So long as I broke even, I'd be happy. But it's going to be somebody. I don't know who, but it's going to be somebody with a lot of dollars, and then they're going to take over every single thing. And they're not going to want to buy out somebody's other channel. What they'll do is they'll have an all-white room, and there'll be bookshelves all over it, right? Bookshelves, so there'll be Fallout posters, Enclave, True to Caesar, little Vault Boys, Vault 13 canteens, Vault doors, bobbleheads and stuff like that, and user manuals and great big books, you know, and then so it'll be like you go into your buddy's treehouse when you're a kid. You know what I mean? And it's got everything. It's got his prized BB gun. He's got his stash of pornos. You know, he's got like an empty pack of cigarettes. Doesn't have any cigarettes, but he's got like an extra pack because he's like, yeah, you know what I mean? He might have like a CD cover for like Led Zeppelin. Doesn't even know who Led Zeppelin is, but it's a bunch of adult stuff. You know what I mean? And then you might come in with a backpack and be like, yeah, you know, like I got like a few sips of wine or something like that. And then you'd just be chilling out with your buddy. But you go up there and it's all just like a clubhouse. But that's what it's going to be like. Do you see anything like that here? Do you see bobbleheads? Do you see Fallout posters? Do you see merchandise here? Do you see, you know, anything like that? You don't know. There's none of that. There's none of that. But that's how you're going to know who the astroturfers are. They're going to make it known in ways that are so obvious. But their work isn't going to be that bad. It won't be bad. It'll satisfy your need to get that content. You're not exactly going to be craving it. But then at a certain point, they'll knock everybody out. And then that will be it. But you'll still subscribe to them. But I don't know what'll happen after that. But, you know, I wonder what's going to happen anyways. You know, like I know people are going to be watching my Fallout 2 runs for the next 30 years. And I'm going to continue to hone them, and I'm going to continue to do new and interesting stuff with the game. I don't have a problem with that. What I don't know is what's going to happen to Fallout 3 and 4 and 76. They could become perma-modded like Minecraft, and that would be cool. But Minecraft is more popular. It's like, not that that's a problem. It's just that, well, I mean, it is what it is. You know, it'll just become corporate, and then you never will be able to get in touch with anybody. So you'll leave a comment, and then somebody will leave a little heart emoji next to your comment, and you know, for a lot of people, that's enough for you to keep coming back, because in some people's minds, so long as somebody's they're getting a thumb up or a heart emoji or something like that, then they're like, okay, I'm in the game. I'm in the game. And that's a big deal for them. You know what I mean? Whereas I don't do that. I don't. Because, you know, that's not what I'm into. I'm not going to give another grown man a heart emoji. The day I give another grown man a heart emoji is the day that I die. The day that I die, straight up. The day that I die. You know, and I'm not even giving people thumbs up anymore on their posts anywhere, because I don't need that on my post, and I don't leave posts. You know, like when I watch a weightlifting video, basically the way that it is now, I go and they're like, it's always the same thing. The comment section, there's like no insight anymore. It used to be that there was insight, and then for a long time it just became everybody arguing and fighting. For a long time it was arguing and fighting, and then came the birth of memes, and then with memes became the infinite copycats. So it's like you go to one weightlifting video and you scroll down to the comment section, and it's like the first 3 comments. You go to another video and it's very similar to the next, and it's very similar to the next. So even the comment section is becoming astroturfed now. How sad is that? Where, you know, one, you can't have a conversation because a lot of the time you're just getting trolled, and 2, somebody will just put a comment down that they saw somebody else post that got a lot of traction, and so what it is the human need for attention, and you never see it more than in the comment section of videos. So I mean, I gotta tell you, it's like more and more I get just repulsed by the. I don't mind like a live chat. Live chat's different. Live chat's different. I don't mind live chat, but comment section has become so. You know, it's like it's like Clarence Kennedy. Clarence Kennedy will squat 400 pounds, and then he'll do a 5x5, and then the first comment is, I couldn't squat that fast with a bar, and it's always the same, and it's like, where did originality go, and when did it get replaced with tropes? But that's just what it is. Apparently that's who we are as a species. That's what we do, is we're very, very clicky. So anyways, just for a moment, I want to talk about quantum communication and how it works. So if you build a receiver and it's 1 Planck distance away from, if you build a transmitter and it's 1 Planck distance away from a receiver, that transmitter shoots a photon towards the receiver at the speed of light, right? But if you build the machine on the axis of the planet, then it spins alongside the planet at 1,000 miles per hour. So let's just say that every second the transmitter transmits a photon. Boom. Boom. I'll get a little closer so that you can see it. When I said my quantum communication device would work, I wasn't lying. And to make it, and what's so beautiful about it is that it's analog. It's analog. It's not digital. It's analog. It would work. It would be the first analog. It would be the first analog quantum communication device. So You see this? It's pinging. Photon, speed of light, right? So when it shoots a photon, that photon, it doesn't transport. It's not like a jutsu. It doesn't warp through space-time, right? Even though that transmitter is one quark distance away from the receiver, you'll transmit the photon in the present time, right? And it would take time for that photon to get to the receiver because they would never be transmitting and receiving at the same time. You just wouldn't be able to do that, right? It would violate the laws of physics. It couldn't be two places at once. It would violate the laws of physics. Could not happen, right? So when you, in the present time, you shoot a photon. In the future, even though it was just one quark, it was one Planck distance away from the transmitter, the receiver would pick that photon up and it would be the future. But if you build the machine on the axis of the planet, the rotation of the Earth would actually catch that photon ahead of schedule, just a little bit. See, it would go like this. Ping, 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 ping. So what you're thinking is that you transmit a photon and then you receive it in the future. It never does make it to the future because you intercepted it before it got there. You intercepted it before it got to the receiver. So you're thinking that the transmitter is point A and that the receiver is point B. You think that in the near future, point B is going to pick up the transmission from point A. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. What actually happens is, because the rotation of the Earth is going in the exact opposite direction, the receiver picked that photon up at the same time it was sent. So the receiver didn't pick it up in the future. It either picks it up you either receive it the exact moment you send it, or it gets picked up in the past. But it's analog, and it would work. It would work. And it works because the Planck is the smallest. So we didn't violate any laws, you see. The photon never went faster than the speed of light. The photon just arrived at the photon arrived at its destination ahead of schedule. That violates the rules. The photon, we never increased or decreased the speed of light. The photon arrived at its destination slightly ahead of schedule. So you sent it and you received it at the exact same moment that you sent it. And that isn't possible, but it is possible. So the key is that you start with the smallest distance. Okay? It's the Planck. It's the smallest known measurement of distance. Planck time is the time it takes for a photon to travel the distance equal to a Planck, right? Whatever this number means, 1.62 times 10 to the minus 35 meters or whatever, right? Minutes or whatever. I don't know what that means. Seconds. But it's the shortest possible time interval that can be measured. But we actually get that photon to arrive at its intended destination ahead of schedule. So we didn't violate any rules. Now, and so all you got to do is be an advanced civilization to make it work, which is not going to happen. But if you could, and you'd have to be able to build. And see, the thing is you have to start. It has to be a Planck. It has to be a Planck. It has to be a Planck because at the Planck, there's nothing narrower than the distance between the opposite ends of a Planck. You can't get any narrower than that. It possibly could, but then everything that we know about physics breaks down at that point. and I'm not a physicist, and I can tell you that when I figured out how to make this 7 years ago, I never knew what any of this stuff was, but I knew intuitively that this is what was going to work. But I believed it different, because what I believed was going to happen was that I don't remember exactly what I believed was going to happen, but when I finally figured out how it worked yesterday or the day before that, then I knew for sure that it would work. But you have to build it on the axis, because you need a constant. It needs to be constant. Now, you could build a machine out in space that was like a flywheel, right? Then that would work way, way better. Because if you built a big flywheel out in space and you just had it spin really, really fast, if you had it spin like at the speed of light, or like if you accelerated a flywheel out in the middle of space, and then say you could get it to like 5% of the speed of light, so all that thing did was spin around really, really fast, right? Then you could really violate the laws, because in the opposite direction that it spun, you could transmit photons toward a receiver. And as I was saying, remember, we did not increase the speed of light, and we didn't decrease the speed of light, and we didn't increase the distance being traveled, and we didn't decrease the distance being traveled. We didn't violate anything. We didn't do anything digitally. What we did was we used analog. What we just used was analog. We decreased the amount of time that it was going to take for the photon to get from point A to point B. And because the amount of time it takes to squeeze between the ends of a plank is the smallest unit of time, we were able to violate that rule, because we were able to intercept the photon ahead of schedule, which meant we were able to break the laws of science. You don't violate the laws by increasing or decreasing the photon. And you don't violate the speed of the photon. You don't violate the laws by increasing or decreasing the size of the plank. You simply start with the smallest known measures, and then you let the mathematicians find out in concrete terms what the upper and the lower limits are. Once you know those upper and your lower limits, what do you have to do to cheat death? And that's exactly what I did. I didn't make anything go faster than the speed of light. I didn't monkey around with gravity or anything like that. I just treated the Earth like one big flywheel. It was going at a very constant speed. It was reliable. It's always going to go the same speed for thousands and thousands and thousands of millions of years and stuff like that. So I knew that if you could build a machine on its axis, and I knew that if you put the transmitter and the receiver at the narrowest physical limits, and that you sent a pulse from the transmitter to the receiver, I knew right then and there that if I didn't have a flywheel going in the opposite direction, that photon, that particle, it would take time to get from one end of the plank width to the other. By the time that photon got there, it would be the future. So you'd have one extra gray hair by the time that photon got to you. But because we put it on a flywheel that was going in the opposite direction, even though the Earth is going really slow comparatively, relative to the photon, the Earth still has a measurable speed. It exists. It's very slow in comparison to the speed of light. But when you're talking about units of Planck, everything is in motion, no matter how slow it is. Everything is in motion, whether it's the speed of light and it's zipping across and it's going from the sun to the Earth in 5 minutes, or whether it's a little snail that's going to go from one end to a popsicle stick to the other in 5 hours. It has a measurable speed. There is really no stopping anything. You know what I mean? It's kind of like if you drop one ball and it goes at 9.8 meters per second, right? And then you throw another ball and And obviously, it's going to go way faster than the other one because if Nolan Ryan throws it straight down, it's going to be going 102 miles per hour, and it's going to be falling 9.8 meters per second per second. But when you play time down to its slowest interval, they're still moving. You'd be like, well, you'll make the argument, right? You'd be like, yeah, well, one ball is really going faster than the other. I'm like, okay, but they're both still moving. They're both still moving, right? You're like, yeah, well, let's slow it down even more so that we can defeat this idea that you have. Okay, we'll cut it down a quarter of the speed. They're free falling. There's gravity. Gravity is acting upon those. There's not a point where you can slow time down enough to where one baseball isn't moving and then the other one is moving. They're always moving. You're like, yeah, well, screw you, Aaron. We're going to slow down time another 25%. Slow it down 25%, 25%, 25%, then 25% more. It doesn't make a difference. They're still moving. They're still moving. Yeah, one's going faster than the other, but they're still moving. You see what I'm saying? So by having something go the opposite way and having it traverse a very small span of space at its smallest interval, then we know because of Planck time, if we don't have it on a flywheel, if I build a machine right here, right, and I shoot a photon out from this transmitter to this receiver, when the receiver picks up the transmission, it'll be the future, the very, very near future. The distance is very small. It'll be the very, 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 very near future because the Planck distance is the smallest distance that you can measure, and Planck time is the smallest. It's the Planck time is the amount of time it takes for a photon to go from one end of a Planck to the other, or to get to the starting line, from the starting line to the finish line. In other words, by the time the photon gets to the finish line, it arrives in the future. That's the rule. And the rule states, and that's the beauty of rules and physical limits, that if you can beat 1.62 times 10 to the minus 35 meters, whatever that means, then you actually, for a fact, according to our physics, it didn't go through time at all. It didn't. So you received the message, and then so you have to understand the implications here. And this is what it would work. You understand that, right? Because the Earth is a flywheel. There was a known distance, and a particle was shot out at a known speed. We would know that time would only increase if the photon could go from one end of a Planck to the other end of a Planck. The thing is, if we didn't change the distance of a Planck, we intercepted the photon. See what I'm saying? We didn't change the distance. And we didn't change the speed. And we didn't change the particle. We just caught it. And that would be in violation, because that would mean that something existed at 2 points. So we have a problem here. And I don't understand exactly what that means, but it sure as hell didn't go into the future. Because if it went into the future, then you would be it would be like playing telephone. You'd have a telephone and you'd have a walkie-talkie in this hand, and then you'd have a walkie-talkie over here, and you'd be like, mic check, 1, 2, 3, and then you'd hear it. It'd come through over here. But that wouldn't be like that. What happened would be is that you, at the worst case scenario would be that as you said it, it would come through here. So it'd be like playing telephone with yourself. It'd be like mic check, 1, 2, 3. And as you said that, at the same time, it would be coming right through the earpiece. That's the worst case scenario. Best case scenario is that physics break down at that point, and what actually happens is that photon violates and bends the rules enough so that it actually goes backwards. So instead of it being transmitted from point A and then being received at point B, because we used the Earth as a flywheel, even though that message kept going, it kept pinging like this, see, because it's pinging, right? It pings. But you see what's going on. Every time that the transmitter transmits, the receiver intercepts it ahead of schedule. And it's like this basically. It's like the photon gets stuck basically, but you couldn't argue that it wasn't transmitted, and you couldn't argue that it wasn't received. It was transmitted and it was received, and the laws of physics would break down at that point. Pretty cool stuff, huh? But that would work, and that's analog. Now you got these guys on YouTube, and they're talking about stuff like I'd never even seen before. They call them anti-telephones, but that's digital. You know me, I don't think in digital terms. I think in analog terms. I've always been an analog thinker. When I debug a video game, I debug it as an analog. I don't learn how to code. I don't go to school for 9 years to learn how to code. What they do is what if you make a faster than light phone, or can you phone the past? They're talking about tachyons and stuff. But the thing is I never had to. The thing is we don't have any tachyons, right? We don't have any evidence of a tachyon. But what can we work with? See, because that's all analog. We can't work with something that we don't have. It's a hypothetical. We haven't the foggiest idea. But the thing that we do know is that we do have constants for photons. We know they go at the speed of light, right? We don't need to violate that. We don't need to invent a new theoretical particle. All we need is a big flywheel. And the faster you could make the flywheel, because now you see what I'm able to bend physics, and I'm able to bend physics and warp the theories of space and time just by using the Earth as a flywheel. What if you had a flywheel out in space that spun real fast? You know what I mean? You could have it spin at 5% of the speed of light, which would take a lot of energy, right? A lot of energy. Well, you wouldn't need to do that. 1% of the speed of light, 0.5% of the speed of light. That's probably something that we could do in like the next 30 years, maybe 0.5. And that would be incredible, right? Way faster than 1,000 miles per hour. And then if within 30 years you could create a little, because the thing is they got to be super duper close together. So I don't know how you would build that. It would be like the pillars of all creation. You know what I mean? It would be this device that shot photons out, but it was 1 Planck distance away. Because remember, you couldn't be in violation. You could always make it wider than a Planck, but you could never make it narrower than a Planck. We want to work with what we can control. If we can make it if we can make it the narrowest point that we could possibly get it, then that would mean we had isolated a Planck's width. And then we would know that when we shot a photon, we would know that the photon was shot in the past and it was received in the future. And then you would know that when it was received, it was in the future. But when you put it on a flywheel that was going really, really fast, the faster you get the flywheel going in the opposite direction, the more time and space are going to start to break down. So imagine this. Imagine you had a flywheel that spun at the speed of light, okay? And then imagine you had a quark transmitter that shoots photons and towards a quark receiver, a Planck, Planck, okay? And you imagine that. And then, so it's on a flywheel that spins at the speed of light, okay? And then you've got this quantum communication device where the transmitter and the receiver are 1 Planck distance apart, and the transmitter shoots a photon towards the receiver at the speed of light. You do realize what would happen, because it is going to take time for that photon it's going to take there's a given mathematical laws going on here. It's going to take time. Forget about distance. At the Planck distance, you don't talk about distance anymore. It's purely time. At one end, it's the present or the past. And at the other end, it's the future. You got to stop thinking of Planck distance as a distance. It's the present or the past and the future. Okay? So that transmitter, think of that as the present or the past, and think of the receiver as the future. Okay? And so long as that device is stationary, the transmitter will shoot a photon towards this receiver, and that little photon is going to go boop, 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 and it's going to hit the receiver in the future. But what if the transmitter shoots a little photon and it goes boop, 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 but then at the same time the receiver rushes towards it? Well, that meant that the photon got stuck in between the Planck. All right, so it was like neither sent nor received, basically, and then that's in full violation. And if you could get a flywheel to go the speed of light, you do realize the implications of that would be a complete breakdown of all science as we know it. Because then, because the way that what my machine does, even though the photon is going at the speed of light, and even though the receiver picks the photon up at 1,000 miles per hour in the opposite direction, you still win the argument when you say that it was sent and received at the same time. It never actually made it to the future. And that's just when the flywheel is going 1,000 miles per hour. Well, you make it go the speed of light, and it all breaks down to the point where reality basically just gets destroyed. It would really make you question, did anything really even exist at all? Did anything happen? Did you do anything? What is happening at that point? Because at that point, the transmitter and the receiver are touching, because they're no longer separated by a Planck distance, and the transmitter and the receiver are stuck together at that point. But photons are traveling between them, and they're stuck together. Because you see, the thing is, the space between the transmitter and the receiver is always a Planck. You see what I'm saying? What's being manipulated here is that's what's so hard. That's what took me 7 years to figure out. The distance the distance between the transmitter and the receiver never change. But the transmitter shoots out something that we can influence. The transmitter shoots out a photon. And yes, even though the transmitter and the receiver were one photon apart, we're one Planck distance apart, it still was going to take time, and the photon still moved at the speed of light towards the receiver. But the receiver, because it was on a flywheel, because remember, you have to stop thinking about the position of the transmitter. The transmitter shoots this thing out. Forget about the transmitter. You need to be thinking about the receiver, and you need to be thinking about the photon or the particle at this point. And they move towards each other. Don't worry about the transmitter at this point. Transmitter shoots this little thing out, right? And then it goes towards this thing, which, by the way, is still doing this, right? But the difference is that you shoot the particle towards a receiver, and the receiver spins towards the transmitter. So everything bumped into each other. So this particle never makes it into the future. It never does. It never makes it towards the future. And the faster the flywheel works, the faster the receiver catches the photon ahead of schedule. And if you could make it go at the speed of light, then at the exact moment, which would break down the laws of physics, because they would be at one Planck distance apart, right? But the thing is that at the exact time that the photon was emitted from the transmitter, moving at the speed of light, the flywheel would turn the transmitter into the photon to catch it. So I don't know what would happen at that point, but everything would break down. I don't know, maybe you'd create some kind of a black hole or something like that. It wouldn't really be like, I don't think, like a lot of energy being released. It's just that nothing would happen, ever. Nothing would ever happen. You'd have this machine out, you'd have this flywheel out in space, right? And then you'd say, well, what's it doing? And you'd be like, absolutely nothing. And you'd be true, because it wouldn't be doing anything. It would be all you would be like, somebody asks you what it does. You're like, that thing out there, it violates every law of physics. It is in full violation of every law of physics. And now what I believe it would do is that time for you would continue to increase, right? Time for you would continue to increase. You'd get old and have kids and you'd die, and then your kids would have kids and they'd get old and they'd die, and it would go like that for a long, long time. But so long as that machine was out in space, what it would be doing would be, it would just keep pipelining that photon that it was like first shot, I guess, deeper and deeper and deeper into the past to where it was finally built. That's what I think would happen. It would eventually arrive. Or basically that photon stays in the past. I don't know. I honestly haven't the foggiest idea. I know how to build the machine. I know how it works, but I don't have the foggiest idea how it works, because it breaks all the laws of physics. But yeah, that's the analog method, and I can show you a quick picture of it and how it would work. But it's so simple, and that's it. When you stick to analog, you're going to find that things are just easy for you. You see what I'm saying? We didn't violate any rules, any laws of physics here. We transmitted a little photon, and it was going to take the photon a given amount of time. Time changed. When time changes, and since time only goes in one direction, when the photon hits the receiver, assuming the receiver stays as stationary, it'll pick it up in the future. It'll pick it up in the future. And that's absolutely worthless. There's no point to that at all. Why would you want to do that? That would be what I'm doing right now. I send photons out there, and they get picked up by a camera in the future, and then they get piped out to you in the future, and then it's all in the future. That's the way that it works. We know that's what happens. But in this particular case, what would happen would be, what if I flew directly towards my camera at the speed of light? Well, it would get a little bit wonky. Okay, well, agreed. Well, what if me and the camera were one Planck distance away, and then I just was flying towards my camera at the speed of light? Okay, well, then that would mean that I never left. So I left at the speed of light, but I never left. Or you could argue that I left at the speed of light and I arrived and no time passed. But that's impossible, because, you know what I'm saying? But we would do it because just because it's the receiver. It's the rules. I didn't make the rules. But that's how it works. I don't know. I mean, but it will work. It will work. But we can't build anything like that. And that took me 7 years to figure out. So 7 years ago, I figured that out. But it took me 7 years to figure out how to put it into words. 7 years. I tried to explain it to one of my friends about 5 or 6 years ago. I couldn't. I just couldn't do it. Because what I couldn't grasp was that I knew that you needed a flywheel, and I knew that you needed a small distance, and I knew that you needed a photon or some kind of a wave that moved at the speed of light, and I knew you needed I knew that you needed a transmitter and a receiver to be at the smallest distance. But what I couldn't grasp was that you have to forget about the transmitter once you transmit the message. You do, because the transmitter is irrelevant at that point. It transmitted something. You have to stop thinking about it. Because if you think, oh, well, the photon's at a fixed space, you can't think about the photon being in a fixed space. Because the receiver moves towards the photon, the distance actually decreased. But because the Planck is the narrowest distance that there can possibly be, and we have just so narrowly shaved it down, we created a phenomenon where we created something that was narrower than anything could possibly be. It was narrower than the narrowest narrow. You see, it was narrower than the narrowest narrow is what happened. And because the device would be fixed together and things weren't, flying all over the place, that machine would have given rules. If it was stationary, you'd know that at a given time, it would take the photon, even though it was a narrow distance, it was going to take time for that photon to get from one end of that Planck to the other. You'd know that was going to be baked into it. But because the flywheel moves towards the photon, and you're just only worrying about the receiver. The receiver flies into the photon. You see what I'm saying? Once the photon is out there, you have to stop thinking about the transmitter. Stop thinking about the transmitter, because if you think about the transmitter and the receiver together while the photon is in flight, then you'll always believe in your mind, and wrongly so, that the distance traversed by the photon was the length of a Planck. And you'd be wrong there. So once the message is transmitted, forget about the transmitter and focus on the receiver that spins towards the photon. And you just narrowly shave down the distance of a Planck that way. And you think, well, you can't shave down the distance of a Planck because the Planck is the same. It's fixed. You got to forget about the transmitter. Forget about the transmitter. Get that out of your head. Get that out of your head. Because if all you ever think about is that the transmitter and the receiver are fixed, then you'll think that nothing actually happened. But something left the transmitter. So you got to think about that. And it goes boom, 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 boom. And that's what it does. That's all that it does. And it doesn't stop. It doesn't stop. And it never stops. Never, 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 never. That's why I said, once you start this, it'll never stop unless you break it. But excuse me. But once you start it, it'll never stop. Let me dry that off. I guess my throat's a little sore. So what would it do? I like to think that if you build it today, and so long as you leave it on, it will just keep piping stuff back to the original time. That's what I like to think. But it might not do that. But one thing is for sure, that photon never went to the future. The machine stayed on, and it kept pumping out all these photons. Billions and billions and billions of them. Never stopped doing it. But they never went anywhere. So you got all these photons that never made it into the future. So in other words, you build that. So you build this machine, right? So think about it like a gumball machine, and you put a quarter in the mouth, and then the quarters goes down this long snaky way, and then when it finally gets down to the belly of the machine, it triggers a thing, and then a gumball is released. You keep pumping quarters into this thing, but the quarters never actually make it, and you keep pumping more quarters, and then 10 years go by and you got 100 trillion bajillion quarters in this machine, but none of them ever actually made it to the releasing mechanism that trips the trigger that releases a gumball down the chute. You just keep pipelining more and more photons into this gumball machine, and down the long snaky road the quarter goes, and you're a little kid and you're like, wow, it spirals and it whirls around and it's cool, and I'm going to get like a Lego from a little plastic thing, or I'm going to get like a gumball or a jawbreaker, or like a little stupid little tattoo or a scratch and sniff sticker. And you just keep looking at it, and then the quarter actually never actually makes it down the hole at the bottom of the thing, and it just keeps spinning and spinning and spinning and spinning and spinning. And meanwhile, another kid wants a gumball, so he puts another quarter down there, and it keeps spinning. And you're looking at it, and then there's trillions of quarters, and they're all spinning in there, and they're stuck in that thing, and they ain't going nowhere. All I can tell you is this. For a fact, no matter how many photons you shoot into that thing, none of them are going to make it into the future. Not even one. Because before the future could happen, the future was waylaid and intercepted by just a smidge, and the future couldn't happen. For the machine and for the photons, it would happen for you. So you would build this thing, right? And here's what you do with the machine. You just keep putting stuff into it, but you never get anything out of it. And you sure as hell never actually see anything. Like, you never get anything out of it. So you'll see something that you really like, right? Or you don't like a stock market fluctuation. So what you're going to find, what your priority is, how do you send in the smallest number of photons possible a message to the past that they can decipher to figure out what your message actually was. So like, your message will be, don't buy Pfizer, or sell at $40 or whatever. I don't know. I'm a landlord. I don't do that. I know the price of 4 units in my, where I live, but I don't know the price of stocks. I don't do that. But, you'd be like, sell, or buy, or whatever. Or you'd put coordinates in there, and it would take time. And then that information would get piped into that machine. And then it sure as hell wouldn't get to you in the future, because you wouldn't get a gumball out of that. You'd put the quarter in the machine, right? And then it would snake and snake and snake and snake and snake. And right when you thought it was about to trip the little trigger mechanism, which would release a little juicy little gumball, it wouldn't. And then another quarter would go in there, and then another one, and another one. And you never did get a gumball out of that, but you just kept sending a message in there. Because remember, it would take time for the quarter to go in to the receiver, you're transmitting that quarter into that gumball machine, and it takes time. It's got to go all the way down here. So by the time it gets here, you're talking in time. Time changes at point B. Okay. The trigger mechanism that releases the gumball represents the future. You pushing a quarter into the mouth of this gumball machine, that's the present. You're like, I want a gumball, but it's going to take, but I want to, but you don't get to, it doesn't work like this. It's not like a magic trick. You don't put a quarter in the machine and then all of a sudden you got a freaking jawbreaker in your mouth, because you can't transit through time like that. You know what I mean? You have to wait. That's why we die, right? But that's like another analogy on how to think about it. Is it because it takes time? It takes time. But what if the trigger mechanism for the gumball machine was racing towards you pushing the quarter down? So you put the quarter in there, but then right as the quarter's making its way down, the trigger rushes right and catches it. But but because the distance that the quarter traveled was less than we determined to be a quantifiable change in time, you actually you the, no time changed. So you didn't get a freaking gumball. Something happened, but you didn't get a gumball. That's for damn sure. And you're not going to get a gumball. No matter how many quarters you pump into that thing, you're never going to get a gumball out of it. You never will. I don't know. Maybe somebody in the past will. I don't know. But you're never going to get one. No matter how many you put in there. You know, you could have an avalanche of quarters coming down that thing. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter. It never actually reaches the trigger. Well, it does. It does reach the trigger. But the problem is the trigger intercepted the quarter ahead of schedule. And the distance was the narrowest distance of quantifiable time. And once you intercepted it ahead of schedule, then the distance became shorter than quantifiable time. And at that moment, no time passed. No time passed. It can't. There's nothing you can do about it. Time didn't pass. That's what's so cool about it. But yeah, that's what it is. Good work. I mean, it's something that'll get you like a Nobel Prize or anything like that, but we can't do anything with this because we can't build in planks. Even if you had nanomachines, it wouldn't make a difference. We're too far away. If we had a genie, then we could make a wish and we could build that, but we don't have that kind of stuff. That's just silly. So, I mean, we're so far away from being able to do this. But it would absolutely work. And the faster you make the flywheel spin in the opposite direction of the machine, the more interesting things are going to get. Because I've already shown you don't need to go that fast to intercept the photon to have it arrive at the other end of the plank ahead of schedule, in full violation of the laws of physics. Full violation, just using analog tools. Well, what if you actually had a flywheel that could go really, really fast? Or what if you built it on something that moved fast, like a neutron star? You know, something that was really dense and that spun really fast. I don't know why those neutron stars and stuff like that, they do that. But there's stars out there that they spin. You know what I mean? And they spin at a pretty hefty fraction of the speed of light. Well, if you could actually pinpoint its axis and somehow put a machine on there that did that, then you'd be intercepting signals well ahead of schedule. And that's what it is. That's what it is. It's time. And I couldn't figure this out if it wasn't for Einstein. Frankly, Einstein's so brilliant, I can't keep up with him. I barely understand this, but he talks about stuff that I don't get. He talks about like relativity and stuff, and I don't get it. I have other theories. About the way matter sits on the fabric of space-time and stuff, but it was never me to figure out that there was a fabric. You know what I mean? He's at a level of brilliance that he's a gift from God. We will never understand why we had Einstein, but we did. Einstein pushed us forward as a species by like a billion years. Like a billion years. We barely are even able to harness the stuff that he talked about. I mean, I have other ideas about the way that matter stacks up on each other and the way that black holes would work. But the problem is just that I see that stuff as a lot different. And because Einstein thinks about it, and I would say almost probably correctly, like when you've got a black hole, right? Then all the matter piles into it. But the way that my mind sees it, because I'm not Einstein, there's a singularity out there. It sits on space-time, but stuff from all direction piles up into it. And I don't think that's the way that Einstein sees things at all. I think the way that Einstein sees things is more like something sits on the fabric of space-time, and that it's like Tetris. Everything falls onto it, like boom, 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 do 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 do. Where the way my mind thinks of it is do 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 do, and that's the difference between uh, Einstein, who's genius, and I'm just a regular old person. But I think that's the way that Einstein thinks about it, because uh, the way that I see it is we're the Earth, right? And a meteor is just as likely to hit the North Pole as it is the South Pole, as it is the East, as it is the West. But the way that Einstein thinks about it is basically everything was just there are no directions at all. It was all just coming towards a singular gravitational pull that was tugging everything. And the way that we perceive it is that it's coming in that there's a central core, and that stuff's coming in from all over the place towards that. But I think the way that Einstein thinks about it is that it's more like just Tetris. But numbskulls like us, we don't have the it factor to be able to figure out stuff the way that Einstein thought. But I would say that he thinks about it more like Tetris, and that the more stuff that pops down, the more pressure gets put on the bottom, to the point where the stuff on the bottom actually begins to transform, and little particles get squeezed out, and little like orbiting particles and stuff get squeezed out, and then it gets like really concentrated and really heavy, and then it does a Tetris, and it goes, and then you get like 10,000 points, and then a bunch more stuff piles up, and then every now and then it does a Tetris and goes, and then every now and then it gets so heavy that like you do a complete Tetris and the entire board collapses all at once. You know what I mean? And basically that it would be like, I don't know, like the way that you would go from uh, like a neutron star to from a neutron star to a magnetar to a black hole. You know what I mean? Or I guess you could call it like, say, yeah, I guess like a neutron star to a magnetar to a black hole. That would basically be the way to go. Like, because it's like if you got two, like if you've got a really really big neutron star, and it eats and it collides with another big neutron star, they become a black hole. But if you get a really big neutron star and it collides with a little tiny neutron star, it becomes a magnetar. And if the magnetar eats anything at all, it actually just does a Tetris, and it just becomes a black hole just like that. So there's a lot of ways that you can make black holes. You could have two enormous magnetars, and then obviously that's a black hole. But you could have you could have like 10 really small neutron stars hit each other, and then you go joot 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 joot, and then they would stack up, and then all of a sudden it became too much, and then they would just do a Tetris, and then they would turn into a black hole just like that. But you see, that's the way that Einstein would see it, and I can't see it that way. I just know that that's basically how he saw it. But when you look at the way that but when you look at the way when you look at the way that Einstein saw the universe, it's different than the way that you and I can see, because he sees it as two things at the same time. He sees it for what it really is. Well, maybe that's why he called it relativity. I think I figured out why he called it relativity. Yeah. Okay. I think I just figured out why they called it relativity. But the thing is, yeah. So right. I think, it boggles my mind to think about it. Okay. So I think I just figured out why he calls it relativity. it's for what I just said, but it's really difficult. So because an object uh, sits on a fabric, and because it's heavier than something else, it's heavier relative to something else. It warps the fabric, but you don't see that. You don't see that. He. So what's real? Okay, I get it. Watch. Here's how it works. That's what it is. What's really going on is that at a single point, and I don't know. It's too complicated. I can't really figure it out. But I know this thing will work. I'd love to be able to figure out the theory of special relativity, but I don't think I'll ever be able to figure it out. It's I don't know. Maybe it's written down. I wonder what is the theory of special relativity. I like to think of it like it's Tetris. In physics, the special theory of relativity, or special relativity for short, is a scientific theory regarding the relationship between space and time. In Albert Einstein's original treatment, the theory is based on two postulates. The laws of physics are invariant. And all, you see what I'm saying? So he came up with this in 1905 when he was like a patent clerk. So, but it has to do with time. And that's why we're never going to be like him. No matter how much we try, we're never going to be like Einstein. We can have good ideas, but the thing is we can only ever have nice things because of him. There's like you take a look at who has, watch this, the highest IQ in the world. You're going to love this because it's always the same. With a score of 198, Evangelos Katsoulis is the smartest. She's a doctor. She's got a PhD. She's an accountant. Now watch this. Inventions. Watch what she's inventions. Inventions of. She hasn't invented anything. She has not invented one thing. She doesn't even have one patent pending. So she has an IQ that's 18 points higher than Einstein. And she's the smartest person in the world today, according to the World Genius Directory. She's the smartest person in the world today, and she has not invented anything. You see what I'm saying? The way that we viewed, so how can you really be smarter than Einstein if you've not invented anything? You see what I'm saying? And if you did invent anything, then it's only because of him that it happened. And it's just the way that it is. There's nothing you can really do about it. It's just the way that it is. Yeah, but so she's the smartest person in the world, and she's never invented anything. Not a single. I think she has a blog. Yeah. Oh wow! So she's the he is the founder. Oh, look at this. He's the founder of the World Intelligence Network. Keyword win. Ooh. And he's not invented anything other than a network for people who are smart. Ooh, wow. He got a master's degree in medical research and technology. He got another degree in philosophy. Wow. He's got a PhD in psychopharmacology. Oh, man, he's a general practitioner. He's a radiation oncology, neurology, psychiatry. Oh, wow, he's so smart. So smart. He's got more genius than the whole world put together. He's not invented a single freaking thing. What good is genius like that? That's not genius. How is it that this guy is a greater genius than Einstein? And when Einstein was like, and Einstein was publishing like 3 papers like a day at times. You know what I mean? We look at things really, really wonky. And I think what we do is we put people who we think are smart on a pedestal, and they don't develop anything. So like me. So my IQ is, let's see, average IQ. You guys are going to love this. Average IQ is in the United States is 98. And I think I feel fit comfortably at 98. I'm totally fine with that. I'm totally fine with being 98. I don't have a problem with that because it doesn't make a difference to me. Because it doesn't matter to me if I'm smart or not. I figured out stuff that you know how many people figured out how to capitalize on the VA loan to buy multi-unit real estate? 0.001. I represent like what, 2 people, 3 people that figured out how to work that. So, and that has nothing to do with IQ. That had to do with drive. There was a problem. I had to figure out where I was going to fit into this thing that we called existence. What was I going to do? I had to figure out, what am I going to do? My name's Aaron, and I've had all these experiences, but I don't want to do what everybody else did. My dad likes to like do bricklaying, and like my mom wants to do human resources, and I don't want to do that. And then my sister wants to do all the stuff. I don't want to do that. But I don't want to flip pizzas anymore either. So I figured it out, and I'm one of just a small handful of people that figured that out. And I really, really understood it, where other people are baffled by it. You see, you don't need you don't need to be any better than average. You just need to go out on a quest, like define yourself. Like when I figured out how to do when I remember, and when I showed you how to do enticing in Fallout 2, that took me over 23 years to figure out that if I corralled uh, a sprite into the Slavers Guild den, and if I instigated combat with them, that it would trigger 2 of the enemy sprites, for whatever reason we'll never know, to start using their chems. Well, they use their chems, right? Well, then they're all sharing on those jets and those chems. So you're going against 15 soldiers, and they're all using a jet, and they're all using Psycho, which means they're invincible. You can't hurt them, right? So I'm able to entice them into using that without them becoming aggressive towards me or anybody at all. So I can then wail on this junkie a couple times. He runs away, actually opens up doors for me too. And then I just get out of combat, go into Pit Boy, and I fast forward time for a couple hours. And now all the chems everybody's on, those chems are now gone. You see what I'm saying? That didn't take genius level IQ. What it took was time. And I was driven to figure out how it worked. And then I alone figured out how to do that. You think anybody else is going to make a video? Oh, watch how to entice these Slavers Guild to do that. No, can't do that. I figured that out. There's going to be a long list of stuff that I figured out. I figured out how to get everything for free in San Francisco. It took a long time to do it. But now I can go all the way from level 1 and go to San Francisco, and I can get all the inventory that I want now. But that took a long time. So it was just being driven. And it doesn't mean that you play the game all the time. It means you got to think about it. You got to think about it. So, like to get to the position that I am financially, it wasn't enough to have a down payment. You had to convince lenders that you could borrow money. So I had to figure out a scheme to get the lenders to give me money. So for a year, I brainstormed, and I read all kinds of books on how to build my credit. But the problem was, but the problem is this: none of those books were going to work for me because they weren't written in my state, and they weren't talking about in terms that I could understand, and they weren't working for me. So I didn't. It was never going to happen for me. So I came up with my own scheme. So what I did was I developed a plan years ago and decided that I was just going to stick with it no matter what. So every time an advertisement for a credit card came to my house, if it said that there was no annual fee, then I would apply for it. and most of the time I'd be able to get it. So I started off with my first credit card. It did have an annual fee of $90, but my credit was so bad because I lost every penny that I had. I was penniless because in 2008, when the market collapsed, I had all my money in the stock market, and I lost every penny that I had. I lost everything, every single penny that I had, and I lost all faith in the market. And I borrowed a whole bunch of money to pay for stuff, and I didn't pay it back because losing all the money that I had worked really hard for drove me into depression, alcoholism, and drugs. So I was not trustworthy at that point, and I was just doing drugs and I was drinking. So all the money that I borrowed, I pissed it all away. So my credit went down the tubes to the point where I couldn't borrow a penny. So I had learned a couple things. I had learned how much time it took for my state to forgive all of my debt. And then I determined when the last dollar that I failed to repay was. And then I multiplied that by the amount of years it would take to become forgiven. Once I knew how many years it was going to take me to become forgiven, then I knew how much. Then I knew what I had to do. So I knew how much time I had to save money. So whenever I got any money, I would just rat hole a little bit at a time, because I knew I would just be using the VA, but the VA wasn't going to let me borrow money if I couldn't pay for expenses and stuff like that. I pay for attorneys. I had to pay for escrow. I needed to have money. So I just rat hole a little bit here and there whenever I could, do odd jobs, do whatever I could. I lived with family. And I did drugs and I drank for a long time too. But I'd still rat hole a little bit. It would be years until I stopped doing drugs and drinking. And then I knew that I was only a handful of years away from being forgiven from my debt. So I'm like, okay, I'm 3 years away from being forgiven from my debt. So that means I've got 3 years to get my credit all the way from, like a 350 to an 800. So my goal was an 800, which is what it is right now. It's an 800. And in 3 years' time, I got my score up 450 points. It took 3 years. But remember, what I did was, it's kind of like intercepting the photon by having a receiver on a flywheel. I just did it ahead of schedule because I knew how much time I had. I knew the constants. I knew the law. I knew that the state was going to be forced to forgive me. But the best that was going to do was wipe the slate clean. So the lenders, when I had applied for a loan, they would see that I had nothing negative to report, but I didn't have anything positive to report either, which meant that you're basically dead in the water. You're not going to be able to borrow $185,000 to $225,000 because they don't have anything. They don't know anything about you. You got to have a credit. Even on the VA home loan, you're going to need at least like a 675. But I went up and beyond the call of duty. So once I was 3 years away, what I did was I got my one credit card and I used it all the time, and I would just pay it right back. And it didn't take long for another advertisement to come in. And then, but I knew that I couldn't keep paying all these annual fees. So once you get your first credit card and you start using it, so long as you don't, there's a process where you can turn your social security number off so that people stop sending you stuff. I did not do that process. I just let them keep coming in. So every single week, every day, these advertisements would come in with these promotion codes, but I would throw all the ones out that had annual fees, and I would only take the ones that didn't. So it would take several months before I would finally get one that didn't, because 95% of the time they had annual fees on them. So I'm like, no, throw them away. And so I'm throwing 95% of these. It would take me a long time to finally get my first advertisement with a promotion to get a credit card that had no annual fee. I applied for it, and by pure luck, I got it. I didn't have a big limit, but they did let me get it. And then I would use both the cards. Now I was charging with both cards all the time. And I'd pay them all off religiously, and I'd never be late. And it would take, and remember, it would take a long time before I would get another credit card that had no annual fee on it. My first year, I think I got 4 credit cards that had no annual. I ended up with 4 credit cards at the end of my first year. One I had to pay $90 a year, but the other 3 there are no annual fees, and I was using them like crazy, right? Always paying them all off. And then on the second year, so my credit went from like, basically like a 350 to like, like a 515 at the end of the first year. Like if you're trying to get rich quick scheme, this is not for you. So what I did is I just kept doing the same thing. So then the second year, I got like 4 more credit cards, and then they all had. So then I had like 7 or 8. I had like 7 or 8 credit cards, but only one of them had an annual fee, and the other 6 or 7 didn't. And then the next year, I got 2 or 3 more. So then I had 10. Then I had 10 credit cards. And I was using every single one all the time, and I was paying them all off. It was miserable. So for 36 straight months, it was absolute hell keeping track of all this debt that I was accumulating and paying off. But I was only, like a cup of coffee here, a little bit of gas there, like a hamburger here, and then also I was getting chewing tobacco too like crazy, but I had stopped drinking at that point. So I was just basically, if I was going to get a new can of tobacco, then I'd just go and I'd get another credit card out. But oh my God, when but I'd make sure to apply for my credit card basically at the same time, because you'd get a 30 or 45-day window to apply for it. So that way, when you finally got it, then the payments would be at roughly the same date. But my God, it was a nightmare because paying off all 10 of those that last month, I'll never do that again. But then in 3 years, I got my credit to go up about 500 points, about 450 points. From like the mid 300s to an 800. I had an 807, and it took me 3 years. So when the bank looked at my credit, because I had timed everything so perfectly, there was nothing negative to report because the slate got wiped clean. I set that up. I designed that. And I had 3 years of immaculate credit card repayment going on. So there was not one single iota or instance of anything negative, and there was pages and pages for each of the credit cards, everything that I had, lots and lots of pages, and then all the different dates that I'd paid, and there was a green box with a check mark in every single one, not one late payment the whole time. That's what you can do if you put your nose to the grindstone and you devote it. That didn't take a genius level IQ. What that took was a mouse being in a maze. And the mouse, it's going all over the place, right? It smells cheese, but it can't really get to it. But it uses its senses to get really close to where the cheese is, but there's still a wall there. And then the mouse is like, I gotta get through this wall somehow to get to this cheese. And then it took the mouse 3 years of wandering around this maze, sniffing around, to finally find this way to get through. Because of the way lender banking law is in the VA home loan, it didn't matter if it was a VA home loan or not. The banks were forbidden to be prejudiced towards me because my credit was there and I had a down payment and my income was acceptable. They didn't have a choice. They were bound, and anywhere that I shopped that I wanted to do business with, they were forced by the system to lend me the money to get me in that house. So long as when they had sent their team of inspectors to the house, that their inspectors checked, enough boxes that said the house was not going to fall down. My down payment was there, or whatever it was, and I could pay for the insurance, and I could pack my escrow, and I could pay for the attorneys, and I could pay for everything else, and my income was satisfactory. And because at that time we were in a different marketplace, and and it was a multi-family house, the other units were bringing in, they were filled. I bought a multi-family house that already had units that were making money. So I was able to include that income with my own. I was able to include that income with my own. And because I would be moving out of my pre-existing place, you got to erase the rent that they would normally say would be a disqualifier, and I would be moving into a place that I owned rent free. And that's how I was able to pull it off. It took a lot of work, but the mouse did get to the cheese in the end. And so what happened was, now I got rid of 8 of those credit cards. Just got rid of them because it got so confusing. I couldn't keep track of it. So what I did was I just called them up and I just got rid of them. I didn't care because now I got all these mortgages and stuff. You know what I mean? It's too complicated. So I only have 2 credit cards now, and I don't ever want to be in the credit card game again. I don't care about miles. I don't care about traveling. I can't travel anyways because I don't have a rental manager. I do everything by myself. But that's how I did it, and it was really, really hard, and I made it work. And then you could do it too if you got yourself in a tough spot, but you'd have to want it. But again, I'm 1 in a million. You know, most people, they don't do that. You know, most people, they don't do that. They don't. Most people, they're just content to just keep spending their daily lives just, working the 9 to 5 grind. But it was always different for me. So in 2008, once I lost all my money and my opportunity, and I blew everything away, and I'd spent a lot of years just thinking about stuff, and I was like, man, I hate this situation. It's not getting any better. And then I was just like, kind of think of this like the Shawshank Redemption. You know what I mean? Where Andy Dufresne spends 20 straight years of his life digging this, with this worn to a nub little thing, this little rock hammer thing, and he burrows a hole through this hardened concrete prison all the way through the wall, and it takes him 20 years. And then it was a lot of work, and then he had to break a sewage line. Go figure. I've had 4 sewage overflows this year alone. So just like Andy Dufresne, I've had to walk and wade and stand in so much sewage this year. It's not even funny. But it's just basically like Andy Dufresne. And so what I've created is a situation where money keeps coming in left and right. And I have to pay people that I borrow money. I always got to fix stuff. There's always problems. So there's always problems, but more money comes in. And what I'm able to do is once a year, I'm able to just plan this one strategic move that's going to be big. So you take a look at, in the United States, I don't know, some of you guys don't live in the United States. Some of you guys don't live in the United States, but if you live in the United States and your currency is equivalent, then you'll understand what I'm saying when I talk about what you can expect. But my God, is it a lot. So the place that I hope I'm able to buy and beat everybody else out. Ooh, goody, it dropped another $4,000. Goody, goody gumdrops. But there's still no pictures. So when we go down to the details, it makes money, but it's not like a ton, you know what I mean? So the gross income is $29,000 a year. The net income is much less. So the net operating income is 22,000. Okay, the net operating income is 22,170. But the thing is it's fully occupied right now because of the strictness of the written law for VA home loans and FHA loans and conventional loans that apply with multifamily homes where the owner occupies it. You have to occupy one of those 4 units. So what ends up happening is it makes 22,170, right? 22,170 net divided by 4, which would be $5,542.50 per unit multiplied by 3. So your adjusted net income is $16,627.50. And but then the money that you save from rent, or theoretically, is $5,542 that the bank takes away from your expenses because you would occupy that unit. And you can't make any money out of that unit. If you did, you'd get caught. And if you ever got caught, then somebody would step in and make it somebody would step in your way and they'd make it so that you couldn't do it anymore. It's a system. You can look at it as exploiting a system, but you can only do it once a year. So I don't know how you can exploit something but only do it once a year, but you got to do it right. And I've always planned to do it right. So then every single year you get another one, and your net income is going to increase by basically $15,000 to $18,000 United States currency every single year. And it's not really that much, but it because you got to fix stuff, and then there's problems, and then you got to save it because you got to and then you got to pay another mortgage, right? And then you also got to you have to put that new piece of property into your corporation, which means there's $1,500 gone away just to put that into a corporation. And then you can go ahead and just figure that a good, sixth of that is going to go into repairs and stuff like that. So really what you're going to feel that first year, the net of the net is going to be basically like $10,000, basically about 10,000, which is okay. So it's a scheme, whatever, and it's legal, but you got to do it for years. You know what I mean? So just think about it. If you did it for 4 years, that's 12 units, which means you're pocketing $50,000 after 4 years, gross, and that's cash in hand, net, cash in hand. 2 more years later, that's 75,000 cash. And then 2 years later, now you're making 100,000 cash a year. But that's 8 years. 8 years. So we're getting there, but it's a lot of work, and it works. But that's how it works, and that's how this Andy Dufresne crawled through a mile of crap to get out clean on the other side. So like what I was saying earlier, like what I would do at the end of like year 8, what I would do, because I'd be making $100,000 a year, what I would do is I would just pay somebody's salary, and what I would try to do is come up with a business model to make like $60,000 a year off of YouTube. And so I'd AstroTurf all kinds of stuff on YouTube for Fallout. We'd be all over the place, and I would be doing verbatim what the other guys would be doing. But the thing is that the other guys, they're not making $35,000 to $40,000 a year. But if I was making $100,000 a year, then you do understand. I just pay some guy $40,000 out of my pocket. He's got a degree in he knows how to do computer stuff, basically. You know what I mean? He'll probably negotiate for me to buy like some battle station, like some $1,500 Apple computer for him, but that's fine because if I could get the guy if I could get the guy in payroll for less than $40,000 a year, then I'd know I'd win because I'll bet I could just about break even that first year from ad revenue alone, and I might even be able to astroturf a few guys, and I might even be able to astroturf on places like Twitch too. You know what I mean? And uh, and he would see. The thing is the other guys, like my contemporaries, they live off of the YouTube income, and there's nothing wrong with that, right? I have never said that there's anything wrong with the YouTube hustle, right? There's nothing wrong with making money. I have never once said that I've cared that anybody makes uh, $1 a day, $10 a day, $100 a week, 1,000 a week, or $100,000 a year in this business. I've never cared that. But the thing is that I've got contemporaries in this business that are that are making their sole income from this, and they're using their skill set that they have. And I'll tell you from what I've seen, it's not the best skill set. I'm going to be taking resumes and doing sit downs with people, and I'm going to get somebody, and then I'm going to buy him a battle station, and I'm going to take care of him because he's going to be my goose that lays the golden eggs. And then what he's going to do is and you'll subscribe to him. The data's in. You'll subscribe to him because he'll make Fallout content, and you don't have a choice in this. You'll subscribe to him because the data says you will. I have a choice why I subscribe to another weightlifting channel? I do, but I subscribe to him anyways. You know what I mean? Do I subscribe to a channel that can pan sear a good steak? I do every time, because I want to know more about cooking steaks. You know what I mean? Do I subscribe to somebody that can make a good pan sauce after roasting a bird? Hell yes, because I want to know how to roast birds. Bring it on, right? So it's like I say you don't have a choice, but you do have a choice, but you do it anyways. And that's what we do because we're the consumers and we try to engineer our YouTube experience to be of our own way. That's why we call it YouTube, right? So then that's what I would do. But the thing is that you would never know that it was me. And you might not even see me anymore. In the back of your mind, you might always thinking, is this Andy Dufresne? Is this the one guy that got out? In the back of your mind, you'll always be wondering, is this Aaron working that hustle? Am I subscribing to this guy? You might have you might have a list of you might have like you might have you might have 6 or 7 guys that you subscribe to, but in the back of your mind, you're going to have to wonder, are 3 or 4 or 5 of those guys that you subscribe to, are they mine? Are they going to be my guys? And you're not going to know. I got to tell you, you're not going to know. And you're never going to get close, and you're never going to know. Nothing that you do is ever going to get you to the bottom of that rabbit hole. All you're going to find is where a rabbit's been taking about 4,000 big old juicy sweet turds, give me a big old pile of crap in the bottom. And yeah, sure, my name will be all over, but you'll never know. And is that going to be a problem? By then, I'll probably have just had a knee replacement, and I'll definitely be in my 40s. And I might not have the spirit to do Fallout 2 anymore and to do workout videos. I might not, but I know Fallout, and that's my thing, and that's like my creed. So, and it's a marketplace that I understand, and it stands to reason that I could take it over. And why wouldn't I? So you just wonder, in a few years down the road, you find yourself subscribed to somebody that's got a voice that you're not sure of. In the back of your mind, you think, is that a computer-generated voice? Is this a deep fake? You don't even know what it is. All you know is that the content is worthy of your subscription and you watch it because it's in your feed. But in the back of your mind, you're always going to wonder, is that Andy? Is that Andy? Because I think long. I think long. If I didn't think long, how would I go to somebody that lost every single penny they had in 2008 to now taking advantage and being part of a great plan to make literal millions of dollars. That's what it means to be a long-term thinker. And I'm a long-term thinker. I figured out a way to wipe that debt clean. I figured out a way to increase my credit score by about 450 points in 3 years. I figured out a way to get the money. I figured out a way to get financed. I figured out a way to get into an industry that I didn't even belong in. I didn't even belong in that industry. And I figured out how to do that. I figured out how to jet trick Frank Horrigan. I figured out how to jet trick the oil rig. I figured out how to stand in front of Frank Horrigan with a vault suit on for 2 straight minutes in sneak mode, and he never even knew I was there. I think all the way from A to Z. That's the way that I think. It is very, very possible. It is very, very possible. And what if years down the road you subscribe to Fallout content and you're subscribed to multiple channels, and all of a sudden all those channels start fighting? In the back of your mind, you're going to wonder, are they all the same people? Is it one person engineering a big conflict just to get more views? You know what I mean? Yeah, it follows, right? I don't know. I'm just telling you. And you guys will forget about me and all that time. But do you think that's beneath? Do you think that's beneath my skill set? I'm the one that developed jet stealing. I'm the one that figured out how to entice the slavers in the den to use all of their chems outside of combat mode, so that at my whim I could go and use the Pip-Boy to Pip-Boy them out of all their chems. I'm the one that figured out how to get everything in San Francisco for free. I was the one that figured out that you could get 4 Bozars in the NCR, in the first 2 minutes that you got there without taking a single point of damage. I figured out how to do all that. I figured out how to jet trick Gunther to take the presidential passkey. I figured, you got to take a look at who you're dealing with here. I figured all that out. I'm the one that figured out how to start the game on a heavy-handed jinxed game with 1 intelligence, 1 agility, and 1 for luck, and wind up all the way in the oil rig face to face with Frank Horrigan, and I beat him bare knuckle without having a single item in my item slot the entire game. And I hadn't even learned how to jet trick him yet at that point. And I figured out how to go all the way from where I fought him past the turrets with a broken leg while every single turret in the oil rig was shooting down at me. I didn't even have enough skill points in that game to be able to use a weapon. And I couldn't destroy the turrets because I'd be in violation. I figured out how to do that. I couldn't destroy the turrets because to destroy the turrets, you'd need to have a weapon in your item slot. I figured out how to do that. I'm the one that figured out that there was a bug called a jet bug. I'm the one that figured out the highwayman bug and how to debug it. I'm the one that figured out how to debug the jet bug. I'm the one that figured out like the craziest things that you've ever seen in your life. I figure stuff out. That's what I do. I've always been like that. And it goes back to what I was saying. You don't need to be a genius to do this. I do believe that it's within all of our capacity. Look, the average IQ in the United States is 98. And I do firmly believe that I'm just an average guy. Just an average guy, like most of you guys are just average dudes. But I do firmly believe that if you have the intention and if you have the resolve, that you will figure out how to do things that are the impossible. I'm the guy that beat the game with throwing only. Throwing only. I did that. People said that it couldn't be done. I know, because they still say that it couldn't be done. I did all the things that couldn't be done. I did. The things that couldn't be done, I did. And you should have seen the stuff. You should have seen the stuff that I was and I survived miracles when I was I survived miracles when I was in the military, and I was never a good Marine. Always a bad Marine. I was honorably discharged. I was in the Marine Corps September 2002, and I served my country honorably with as much spirit and pride as I could until 2006 when I was honorably discharged because the term of my service had ended. But when I was in Iraq, weird stuff was happening. Um, I survived a direct IED blast to the driver's side door of my Humvee, and I didn't take a scratch, and nobody else in that Humvee did either. That was a blast that could have killed us all. Should have liquefied our organs, hit my door. None of us even took a scratch. The biggest fireball you'd ever see in your life. The biggest fireball you ever see in your life. A jaw-dropping explosion. We all walked away from it clean. I almost got left behind in a village smack dab in the middle of Iraq, about 60 miles away from Camp Fallujah in Iraq. So nobody knew who I was because I came in as a combat replacement. So nobody knew my name and nobody knew what I looked like yet. As soon as I got there, a day or two later, we had to do a big. Our CO wanted us to do basically like a revenge patrol because before I got there, the commanding officer got IED'd and it blew up smack dab underneath the driver's seat, blew a hole. The driver, everybody in the Humvee died. They were all vaporized. What they The guy in the turret, they found him a quarter mile away, ripped to shreds. And the CO, all they found of the CO was his dog tag and his boot and his spinal cord. All they found of him was his spinal cord, his dog tag, and his boot. Everybody else is vaporized. So we were on like a revenge patrol because once all me and the rest of the combat replacements came in, it was on like Donkey Kong. We had to make our presence known. So, and I was not trained. I was not trained. I'll tell you that much. So I went, due to the secret nature of my service. I will not tell you my duty station before I went to 1-8 Bravo Company, but I was privileged with a secret. I was privileged to guard our nation's secret information, not top secret, not classified, but I was privileged to be able to, and still to guard and to treasure secret information that you would love to know. But I'll never tell you that. But that was all because of a mistake made in an assignment of people's duty stations and stuff out of my school of infantry. I never should have went there. But for 2 years, I was where I was not supposed to be. Me and a whole lot of other grunts got shipped off to this stupid duty station that totally destroyed us. We did not get any combat training, and we didn't get any infantry training for 2 straight years. And then I went to 1-8 Bravo Company, and it was about 2005. I had it in that 2-year period. I had not had from 2000. Once I left Camp Geiger School of Infantry, I had not had, and for 2 straight years, I had not had any combat training. Nothing. We had, like a few manuals or whatever, but you can't get, dude. You don't understand, dude. You don't understand. Those manuals, they didn't work. Those manuals didn't work, dude, because the war was too new. You know what I mean? Those manuals, they didn't work. They weren't good. All right, because there was a war going on. My platoon commanders and platoon sergeants and nobody in that secret station that we were at, none of us had deployed. So we didn't know how to train each other. And all we had were these books. They were called MCIs. It was like Marine College Institute or what, I don't know what we call them, but they're these big ass red books. And the only thing that they would talk about for like combat related stuff was like the spiders. They'd be like, here's the spiders and the scorpions and the native critters of Iraq. Here's the native critters of Afghanistan. And they'd be like, here's, how to set up, fighting holes in the jungle, because of like Vietnam stuff like that. The war was just too new. You have to understand, because the towers fell in 2001. In September of 2002, I became a Marine. 366 days at 366 days after the trade towers fell. September 11th, 2001, the trade towers fell. 364 days after that, September 10th, 2002, I went to boot camp. So it was too new. We didn't have any veterans. All we had were these stupid books. You know what I mean? Nobody knew anything. And people were getting blown up and everything. Like, it was nuts. Nobody knew anything yet. That's because we had all gotten, because everybody that was in charge, they were all Vietnam stuff. You know what I mean? They didn't know anything. And they hadn't learned a lot of stuff from, that whole Saddam, I forget what you call it now, but the skirmish with Saddam, I forget what you call it, a Desert Storm, I guess. I don't remember, but we didn't know anything. So I finally get to 1-8 Bravo Company, and it was like 2004, almost 2005. And these guys, they were 1-8 Bravo Company. 1-8 Bravo Company was one of the most legendary Marine Corps units in history right now, because it was 1-8 Alpha, 1-8 Bravo, 1-8 Charlie, 1-8 Delta, and I guess there was Echo. I forget how they do it, but I think there's like 5. I just don't freaking remember, but it was the 8th. It was, I forget how it is, but 1-8. But we were Bravo Company. I forget how you do it, but battalion, 8th Marine, I forget, but it's been too long. So they had too much to teach me in too short a time. And then another unit, 2-2, they were taking heavy casualties. So we weren't being taught anything. My guys that came over to the infantry with secret clearances, yeah, we were guarding really good secret information that we kept from the enemy, but that was not relevant because we had to go fight some stupid war. So we didn't know anything. And there was no training, and nobody was taking time to teach us anything, because they just expected us to know everything, and frankly, they didn't care. And the task at hand to train us was too big, and it wasn't feasible. So my guys, when we finally got to the inventory, we were all treated like garbage because we didn't know anything, and it was impossible for us to know anything, and we were getting killed overseas like crazy because we didn't know anything and nobody could do anything. And they'd be trying to teach me stuff, and similar guys like me stuff, but they couldn't teach us anything. So they would construct these big. There were little villages that we would do like close quarter battle stuff in, but it was different because you would only be able to get to go to train in those little villages for one day, because you would basically, what happened is the company gunnery sergeant would get a call in from headquarters to come up with a list of guys to send over as combat replacements. And he'd say, well, I'm not sending 99% of these guys over because they just came back. So my name came up because I just came to the unit and I had not even deployed yet. So I was the only one in 1-8 Bravo Company that got deployed. And this was right after we came back from Hurricane Katrina. So 1-8 Bravo Company, we had just gotten back from Hurricane Katrina, and like another couple weeks went by after that, and then I got my orders to go to Iraq, and I went on leave for like 10 days, and then we would deploy. But I didn't. So only when you know you're about to deploy, then they're gonna send you all over the place, because you got 10 days of leave because you're getting ready to deploy. You're getting ready to go die. So they got to give you 10 days of leave. And then when you get back, you've got 12 to 15 days where they got to train you. So they're going to take you to a village where you're going to shoot these little, you have a modified M16 barrel with these little bullets that shoot little blue tips on them. And then I'm friends with a guy. Well, I haven't seen the guy in 15 years, but he ran that place. So every single day he did that. I didn't see him when I was there, but when I got out, he told me that was his job for about 6 months before he EAS'd. And we went there and we were there we would run through the village once and you did good or you didn't. And you couldn't see where anything was going because you'd shoot at somebody, but they weren't real bullets. So nobody would fall. So it was a complete disaster. And then it was your only exposure. And then a lot of us, we hadn't had a deployment yet. And a lot of us were like just people that hadn't deployed yet. So people that had come from stupid circumstances like orders getting messed up. So we finally deployed and we got on like 10 or 15 of these gigantic Greyhound buses with all of our stuff. And we went to, I don't remember what airport it was at this time, but we went to an airport. We boarded on these gigantic ass planes and then we flew all the way into, where did we fly in? I don't remember. Saudi Arabia. I don't remember where the hell we flew in. I really couldn't even tell you. I don't know. I'd have to ask where we flew in. But anyways, we made our way into Camp Fallujah after a lot of time on Humvee and big like 5 tons. I guess they call them 5-ton vehicles. But anyways, gigantic ass like freaking like tractor hauling vehicles with stake beds with quarter inch to half inch steel plates all over the place. And when you'd sit by, if you kind of sat up a little bit, you could look over the edge and see what was going on as you drove. And we drove and drove and drove and drove and drove. And then we finally made it into Camp Fallujah. And then from there, for 2 days, we were in Camp Fallujah. And then we got on, and then the Humvees started coming, a lot of Humvees, and we got on Humvees. And then we would all get dispersed off to all the forward operating bases all over the place outside of Camp Fallujah. So they had Camp Fallujah, and there were forward operating bases all over the place, everywhere. Forward operating bases everywhere. Marines all over the place, sailors all over the place, just but in little like just dotting the landscape. And there'd be villages and stuff like that, and we'd make forward operating bases here and there. But the big thing is that there were well-established forward operating bases that we would go in. Anyway, so when I finally got to my unit, the next day I do my first patrol, and we go to a place that these guys have been to like 100 times because they've already been there, done that, they already know everything. So I go up this 3-story tall building, and believe me, they make buildings out of like adobe or like mud brick. I swear to God, you could like hip kick a brick wall and your foot would go right through it, or you could shoulder tackle a door and you'd fly right through it. But somehow they were able to make these buildings like 3 stories tall. So I go up this, I think it has to do with like engineering the buildings in such a way to create a draft going upwards or downwards. I don't know, but not that I cared back then. All I knew is that I was carrying about like 300 rounds of ammunition and grenades, and like my backpack had a block of C4 in it, and it was heavy as all hell with all the armor they had to wear. And of course, I was not used to any of this. There ain't no acclimatization, not when you're a combat replacement. So I went all the way up there. My platoon sergeant was just like, go in there and scope it out. I'm like, all right, I never done this before because I had not been trained. Straight up on my life, I was not trained. I mean, I'm a grunt. I went to the School of Infantry, but when I was in the School of Infantry, we were learning like Vietnam tactics and stuff like that. It was crazy. And like we were learning tactics to charge into a place to occupy it, which is what 1-8 Bravo Company did when they got there. They took over Fallujah and they went in there with tanks and like big industrial equipment with like armor plates and like bulletproof glass. And they go up, they see me, I'm down, up, they see me, I'm down. I swear to God, the stories these guys from 1-8 Bravo guys told me that like to this day, they just can't get over it. It was crazy. So, but I had learned how to do that stuff because that's what 1-8 Bravo company told me how to do. Up, I'm see me, I'm down. Up, I'm see me, I'm down. Up, I'm see me, I'm down. We did not do any up, I'm see me, I'm down when I went to Iraq. We were doing patrols all the time. all the time. Like every single day, you're gonna be on foot and you're walking, or you're getting a Humvee and you're zipping all over the place to this one place, and like you always heard something, rockets, stuff blowing up in the background, bullets, always, never stopped, never stopped. So you knew that people were getting whacked all day long. And anyways, I was not trained for this current war because it was evolving as it happened. There was no protocol for it because it didn't exist yet. So me and my guys that got our orders all messed up out of SOI, we were always behind. And the guys that were on the tip of the spear, their tactics were evolving on the go because they were in there being molded by their environment. So I go in there with School of Infantry tactics. Like, yeah, I know how to break down a saw, a 249 faster than anybody. To this day, I've only known one person that can break down an M249 faster than me. One guy, and he did not dare to compete against me another time because he knew his time was done. And I have never met anybody that could break down an M240 Golf faster than me, straight up. And one time, I swear in my life, I broke apart and put together an M9 service pistol in 5 seconds flat, which I'm sure is probably didn't happen because the world record was like 8 seconds, but I swear I did it in 5 once. But there's no way that's possible. But I did it, right? I did right. I did it in 5 seconds, right? I was fast, right? And like I knew how to do that stuff. Like if you wanted to, if you told me to go and just like go, I was going to do that. But we weren't doing that. The only time they told me to go, say go, was go into this house. So I go all the way up to the 3rd floor. I'm looking around, I'm like, I don't know what I'm looking for. I mean, everything looks good. There's a pile of hay down there on the 1st floor. There's an old lady that's got flies all over her face, and I'm pretty sure she's dead, and nobody's doing anything about it. And then there's this woman, and she's boiling a goat's head, and there's like she's pulling meat off of a skull. And then like there's this like girl that's the hottest girl you have ever seen in your freaking life, some Iraqi girl that's making naan, and she's like smacking dough and sticking it in this like clay thing with the fire and like pulling out bread and stuff like that. And then all the guys are out in the field like all freaking day they're out there. And so I'm up on the 3rd floor and I'm looking around and then like I'm up there, and to this day it's still really foggy what happened, but I was up there and and I was up there for a while. I don't know why. I didn't have radio, I didn't have comm, and nobody knew my name and nobody knew what I looked like. And at that particular time, because of the influx of new guys that came in, even the platoon sergeant and platoon commander, they didn't know what the hell was going on. They just were flush with all these new guys. So we're in this place, and I'm at the top of this place, and and finally, like I'm up there for a while because I don't know what I'm supposed to do, and and then these dudes start coming upstairs, but they're not my dudes. They're military men, and they're walking towards me. So there's 3 of them. It's the weirdest thing I've ever seen in my life. And they were walking towards me like this. It was crazy, dude. They were walking towards me like this. So I racked my M16. I probably already had it racked or whatever. But I just pointed at them. I'm like, nah, whatever you're thinking, it ain't fucking happening, bro. So I'm like walking to these towards these because they were walking towards me like this. I don't know what they were gonna do, but I wasn't gonna let them get their hands on me. So I had my gun pointed right at them, and I was about ready to. They were about to take a dirt nap because I was about to fire some bullets at them, and I didn't know what was going on. All I'd heard was horror stories from my 1-8 Bravo company. So I slowly go down the stairs, and then all the way down to the 3rd floor, and I look outside. I get down to the bottom. The dead lady or the old lady with the flies all over her face, she's still there. Um, the goat head there, the goat skull's still there, and just the weird smells and everything. And then I look outside and I'm all alone. There's nobody there. There's no Marines. So I go outside and like I don't know where anybody is. So off in the distance, I see these guys getting ready to fucking leave. Like they're about to leave, dude. I was almost, do you have any idea what was about to happen? So I'm hauling ass over there because they're about to leave and they didn't even know who I was. And they're like, my platoon sergeant, I think he was just trying to save face. He's like, where were you? And I was like, I was on the third floor in that building. He told me to go in there. He's like, hop in there. But they were about to leave. So that was my second day there. My second day there, I almost got left in some village in Iraq, and I would have been all by myself. So luckily, because I didn't even hear the vehicles firing up because they were pretty far away, dude. Because we humped in, we parked it, we drove someplace, and then we like hiked in there. So that was pretty scary for me. That was pretty damn scary for me. That's traumatizing to be in a situation like that where you were this close away from basically being a POW and having to fight your way out of some place. Um, uh, just the craziest thing that you'd ever see in your life. I can just imagine these guys seeing this Marine running towards him, be like, "Who the hell's that guy? Is that one of our dudes? Oh, it's got to be one of the new guys. Oh, yeah, we better not leave." But yeah, thank God I was able to catch up to those guys because they were this close to leaving. And had I not gotten there right then, they would have bailed on me. And I didn't have a radio. They didn't know my name. They didn't know anything about me. And I didn't know anything about Iraq. So I wouldn't have lasted too long over there. But boy, that happened. That was like my first full day with 2-2 Easy Company. With my first full day with 2-2 Easy Company was almost getting abandoned in a third-story building, in a third-story mud brick piece of crap building out in the middle of someplace I don't even know. To this day, I don't know where the hell that was. With no GPS, no map, no radio, like no knowledge of anything like that, and I just barely made it to the Humvee before they run. And you better believe that when you think that you're about to get left behind, you will run and you will find strength and stamina that you didn't know that you had. And believe me, I found it because I ran faster than I'd ever run in my life. So close to getting abandoned out there. But man, I mean, it was just crazy that actually happened. But yeah, that's what it means to be a combat replacement in the Marine Corps in a war that evolves as you stay there. So, when 1A Bravo Company was over there, they weren't dealing with anything like that. They were doing, I'm up. So when they first got to Fallujah was occupied by insurgents. Thousands of them, dude. They're all over the place. 50 cals. They were bunkered down. 50 cals, AK-47s, grenades, RPGs. You freaking name it, dude. It was like hell on earth. And whenever you went inside a building, about 5% of the doors that you kicked in were triggered with explosives. You had Marines getting blown to pieces all over the freaking place. So you had Fallujah City, and they were the way that they came in with landing vehicles tracked, and a lot like the D-Day vehicles, but with about 500,000 more horsepower. And so and they don't have good armor on the side. That's for gosh darn sure. And that's where a lot of the RPGs were ripping right through them. So they came in, and the company, so their battalion commander, when they got there, their battalion commander, when they got there, dropped them off 3/4 of a mile away from Fallujah City, off of those LVTs, and they had 200 to 300 bullets on them. They had grenades. They had all these big guns, and they had to do I'm up, I see me, I'm up, they see me, I'm down for 3/4 of a mile. For 3/4 of a mile. And they knew that Fallujah was hot. So it's just like a different kind of that's what 1-8 Bravo Company went through when they that's what 1-8 went through. 1-8, that's what 1-8 went through. And that's why 1-8 is a legendary unit. 2-2 is a legendary unit too, but it was a different war when I got there. It was a different war. So everything that 1-8 Bravo Company taught me, it was absolutely irrelevant. It was not relevant because the Fallujah had been leveled. I know Fallujah had been leveled because Camp Fallujah was there and it was just rubble. Camp Fallujah was the city of Fallujah, but the tanks had destroyed it and the Marines had destroyed everything. Yeah, but that's the way that 1-8 Bravo Company did it. And then so they taught me that stuff when I got there. They're like Corporal Wheeland, here's what's relevant in today's war. In today's war, you need to be doing I'm up, they see me, I'm down, and you need to be able to run like 3/4 of a mile doing I'm up, they see me, I'm down. I'm up, they see me, I'm down. I'm up, they see me, I'm down. So I'm like, okay, it's all about endurance. So PT was rigorous. We were running and then we were doing fireman's carries and we'd be firing carries back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, over and over and over and over and over. It was ridiculous. We took our physical fitness training very seriously. And then when I got there, it was walking all the time. When I finally got into my platoon, it was walking. All we did was walk. Walk, 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 walk. And we never stopped walking all day long. So you'd walk and then you'd go on a patrol. You'd go on a patrol at any hour that you were supposed to. And then the platoon commander always kept you on the move. So now sometimes you'd be in a forward operating base for about 2 weeks. I don't remember at this time. It's been a while. I would love to read some memoirs from people from 2-2 to find out from some people that have a better memory of it because it's been a while. But we would be so for a couple of weeks we'd be in one place, and then sometimes for about 48 to 72 hours we'd hop in on these gigantic, the biggest freaking vehicles you ever seen, big wheels, big armored sidings, and Humvees and stuff like that. And then we'd drive into the middle of this village, and I don't know how we would know what village to go to or what house to take over, but we'd go in there. It'd be like 1 o'clock in the morning, dude. It'd be balls in the morning. And we would just go into that house and just start going room to room and be like, wake up, you need to go, 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 go. And they'd be like asking all these weird questions, and we'd be like, Alibaba, 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 Alibaba. And like, there's no Alibaba here. There's no Alibaba. And they'd go, go, go. Get the hell out of here. And we'd take over their house for like 2 to 3 days. And then we would go, and we'd be doing like crazy patrols. And we'd walk and walk and walk. And then we'd go to another forward operating base, and then we'd be there for a couple of weeks. That's what it was. That's all that we did. And not one instance of everything I did there was I ever trained for. You just had to basically adapt or die, is what it was. And you couldn't make a mistake, because if you did, then you were going to die. I could promise you that, because it was a war zone, and Alibaba was out there. So yeah, man, that's what we did with 2-2 Easy Company. And it was hell, dude. It was absolutely hell, man. It was hell. And I hate that platoon. And I'll never forgive that platoon for what happened. But that's war. You know what I mean? And it wouldn't have mattered if you voted for Bush or Gore or whoever was running the show at that time. You were still going to have that war, because bottom line is 2 trade towers fell, and then a third World Trade Center fell too. Building 7 fell, or I think it was 7. But anyways, the 2 big towers fell, and then a freaking third one fell. And we're still so ashamed about the incident that 99% of Americans don't even know Building 7 fell. So when you got 3 trade centers that fall in less than 12 hours, you're going to war, dude. So it doesn't matter who's in charge. But that's the way that that's the way that it was for me. And I think that that and that was all for you. Somewhere around the world, no matter where you are, uh, that 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 was all for you. You know, uh, that was just me because I always believed that I could make a difference. So I enlisted into the Marine Corps right after those towers fell, and that was, I wouldn't do it again. I'll tell you that much, because that was not a good experience. But on the bright side, because I went through that, if you're in the United States, if I need anything, like if I need something, I can go into the VA and I can get it. And then you guys, you'll pay for it. And then me, I get taxed too, so I pay for veterans too. And then, we pay for veterans. So the only people that aren't happy with it are leftists, because which the funniest and most predictable part of the storytelling process is there's always a leftist out there. It's like, yeah, Aaron had to suffer because he went to war, and I hate Marines because American war machine and the American warmongers, just screw them, and I'm glad that Aaron suffered. But I always get a big giggle because nobody ever fights for their cause. So it's like, yeah, well, you can be glad that I suffered and it hurt my life, but I'm always glad that there's not a soldier alive that's getting paid to fight for you, because nobody wants to turn into China. So I always get a good chuckle over that. That's why if you ever want to do a troll experience, go to some YouTube channel, and then say, I'm a proud Marine Corps veteran, and I love Jesus, and I like red meat. And then sure enough, you're going to get some leftist out there that cannot stand the air that you breathe, and he's going to let you have it. He is going to let you have it. And then I remember I did this once. So there's this guy named Jesse Peterson. He's I love the guy. I mean, I'm not religious, I'll tell you that. But anyways, his name is Jesse Lee Peterson, and he's not a Bible thumper, but he talks about Jesus, right? So one day I go over to his channel, and I'm like, I'm like, I'm a diehard Marine, and I'm Christian, dyed in wool, and I was like, and if you're not patriotic, it couldn't have been more obvious it was a troll, but people went nuts over it. I was like, and if you're not patriotic, then shame on you. Like, so, dude, so I had like 8 guys just went wolf packed me. I mean, they went berserk, dude. They were like, ha ha, you had to struggle in the sandbox, and haha, you believe in a religion that's complete baloney, or blah 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 blah. I swear to God, dude. So I left my notifications on, and these guys, they hated it. They hated it so much. So if you want to troll somebody, you got to go to Jesse Lee Peterson's YouTube page, and so what you got to do is this, dude. You're going to love this. Don't all do it. But what you got to go to is one of his recent ones, because you know that anti-Christians and anti-conservative people go there, and that's the foundation of trolling. So because you know who the opposition is, but that's what you do. I'm telling you, you're going to love this. Just try it. Okay, it's going to be great. And then what you could even do is you could even get invested and be like, oh, y'all think you can take me down? Well, I'll do this and I'll take y'all on. And then they'll go absolutely crazy on you, dude. So just act like you're doing something, and they're not going to be able to see through it. And then it'll be great. But just tell them that you're a Marine and that there's nothing more important to you than red, white, and blue. And tell them that if you don't serve your country, that, oh, this is going to piss them off. Tell them if you don't serve your country, that there's, I don't know, but you got to say it in a polite way. But I don't remember exactly what I said, but I was like, if you don't, I was like, there's no greater shame than something. I don't remember what it was, but you gotta put yourself in the mindset of a World War II dad that's raising his pussy son. You know what I mean? A World War II dad, and then go in there and they're gonna swarm you, dude. It's gonna be beautiful, dude. It's gonna be the best thing you've ever seen in your life. I mean, that's thing you've ever seen because they hate you so much. So actually, let me take a look at Jesse Lee Peters, one of his videos right now, and let's see if there's any good trolling going on there. We gotta. Oh, he's calling people betas. He's calling them beta. He goes, I like him. He goes, I'm black, so I don't understand. He doesn't say black. He says I'm black. I'm black. I'm black. I don't understand. You got to help me understand. I'm black. It's so funny. He's Jesse Lee Peterson. I should do a Jesse Lee Peterson run. But let me see. So here's a video from the Antichrist is already here. Oh, wow. That's going to bring in the trolls. That's going to bring in the trolls. So let's see. Amazing. Let's see. Yeah, there's a little bit of a little bit. It's not as bad as it used to be. He goes, no, let's divert the topic and talk about those white people over there. Typical blah. Typical blah. It was right. If you're not blah, only blahs can speak about the blahs. If you're blah, you're a self-hating blah. Turns out you can only say positive things about the blahs, or they'll get angry at you. And here we go. But it's right. But it's not as bad as it used to be. A couple of years ago, like 3-4 years ago, oh, the trolls were there. It was real bad. It was real bad. You had some hating going on over here. Yeah, I mean, you had people that were not happy at all. I guess maybe in a way, I mean, I'm a Let's Go Brandon kind of a guy. You know what I'm saying? I'm a Let's Go Brandon kind of a guy. So I'm not really happy with our leadership right now, you know? But, you know, maybe in a way it was good that, you know, we had Biden come into charge because when you would see the anger on Jesse Lee Peterson's, you really did have this little subgroup of people that thought that conservatives were the worst people in the whole world, that conservatives were the most ignorant people, and that black conservatives were Uncle Toms, and that, but then I guess as soon as Biden took over, then you don't have that anymore. But oh my God, was it bad? Like it was nonstop. And then, so like, and something interesting, it never used to be like this. So when you type in, check this out. So Biden, CNN. So, you know, so like, let's see, Biden asks about cinema issues. I don't know. But this is on CNN with 241,000 views.
We talked a lot about.
And it's got over half disapproval. So it's got the approval of this video from CNN is only 1/3. So there's 2,985 thumbs down or thumbs ups, and there's 4,433 thumbs down. And it's like that every single video that you go. So everybody's saying, let's go Brandon right now. And every single video that has to do with Let's Go Brandon, is nobody's happy with Brandon right now. Oh yeah, so when oh dude, I want dude, this is gonna be good. So a month ago, Biden sends a direct message to the unvaccinated. Let's see what he says.
And here is
blah 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 blah. So 11,000 thumbs down and 7,200 thumbs up. And the trolls are on CNN. They're like, "This is how Hitler of the 21st century looks like." I don't know about that. I don't know. I mean, what do you guys think? Would Trump have, look, if a business wants to say that you have to have a vaccine, right now we don't have a legal system that's anti-vax for businesses. I don't know what you're going to do. So they're going to do it, and then that's that. The thing is that if your grandmother gets vaccinated, if your grandmother does not get vaccinated, you simply, now here's the thing. If your grandmother has not been vaccinated and she's in that group of people that's very vulnerable, if she does not get the vaccine, then she's very vulnerable. If I get the vaccine and I interact with your mother and I shake her hand, I'm still a carrier, whether you like it or not. I'm still carrying COVID. And I have to be carrying COVID because I just came back from the grocery store and I picked up a whole bunch of stuff and I pushed a cart. And then I went to a gasoline station and I picked up a gas handle that had been handled by 1,000 people that day. And then I went to another place and I interacted with a bunch of people. And I went to a bank and I had to sign stuff with a pen that everybody touched. My hands had COVID all over me. Yeah, I got vaccinated, but I got COVID all over me. So if I interact with your grandmother and she's not vaccinated, she can catch COVID from me even though I'm vaccinated because I'm covered in it. I am literally covered in it. You know what I mean? Just, the only way that you can be clean is if you stay in a bubble. If you're vaccinated and you interact with stuff, you got it. So then if your grandma's got it, but then the other thing is, look at what just happened to Colin Powell. Colin Powell just died. He got from complications from the COVID vaccination. Can you believe that? A four-star general who was like leading the war plans for how to do the like Operation Iraqi Freedom and stuff like that. He just died from complications. That guy was in the Pentagon and stuff like that, dude. Like crazy stuff. He just died from complications. So we don't even know if it's like on one hand, you got the older people, they got to get the vaccine, but on the other hand, they might just die from it. So if you mandate that everybody gets it, all right, well then you're killing a couple people. I guess it's okay. I guess, that's what we're doing, right? You know what I mean? It's I don't know. It's weird the way that we do things, but you can still carry the disease even though you're the COVID, even though you're vaccinated. It's the craziest thing. And even if your hands are sanitized, you're still carrying it. You're still carrying it. You sneeze on someone, then you just gave them COVID. It's the truth, man. You don't believe me? Just type it into the search bar. It's the craziest thing you've ever seen. I didn't know it was going to work that way, but that's the way that it is. So, and then the other thing is, it's if every single old person in the United States got the COVID vaccination, and then you didn't get it, you couldn't possibly hurt them. But there's a chance maybe you could, but and they're not going to hurt you, and then they're not going to affect kids either. It's all weird. It's just the way that it is right now. Virtue signaling and people are not very happy about it. Nobody likes being dictated what they're supposed to do. But toe the line, and if you don't want it, and somebody's asked you if you've got the vaccine, just tell them that you got the vaccine, because it's against our medical system laws to have somebody disclose, all that your medical history and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like your employer, unless you're going applying for like a top secret position in the military, they don't get to see mental health records and stuff like that. Just like they don't get to see your medical stuff. But I think basically what it is nobody's able to see your health records, but they'll have to have a certificate. You know what I mean? That you got the thing, and it is what it is. You know, uh, I mean, I don't even wear a mask anymore because I just don't even care. I'm not. I mean, I'm not. I'm not in a danger group. You know what I mean? It's not. 37 year old men are not dropping like flies. We're not. Just like the kids aren't. So I heard that less than 25 kids died in the United States of the people that we would classify through the age group as kids. Less than 25. I don't know if that's true, but I do believe it. I do believe that less than 25 children have died in the United States from COVID. And I'm pretty proud of that we've got some resilience there. Could you imagine if the kids were falling? Boy, that would suck. That would really be weird. But I mean, things could be worse, you know what I'm saying? Uh things could be worse. Well, Biden's not going to get a second term. Why would he? He's old. Some people think that Trump will rally and then you know, he'll be the president. I don't know. Maybe he will. How old? Trump is older than Biden, I think. Trump is 75. Biden is 78. And Biden's not looking good. Nancy Pelosi, I mean, she's 81. Uh, but I mean, I've not even seen Nancy. I don't watch the news anymore because it's intolerable. Fox is ridiculous. MSNBC is ridiculous. CNN is ridiculous. I don't fight for a team anymore. I learned what happens when you fight for teams. It's I will tell you that I like Trump's face as he's gotten older. He I'll be very lucky if my face looks as nice. He's just got a unique face, and sometimes when he smiles, he looks real good. Sometimes he does not look very good at all, but you have to understand he's 75 years old. I like Trump's hair because it's ridiculous and it's impossible. You know what I mean? It's like a quantum communication device. It's neither here nor there. It's somewhere lost in the depths of quantum theory breaking down. It's just there's something brewing inside Biden that doesn't worry me, but you'd have to be blind not to see it. He is just slowing down, and this is going to get a lot worse in the next couple of years. Is Trump going to be a good horse? I don't know. I mean, I don't really. He could do it, I think, but it would. CNN fans are not happy with CNN because CNN was force fed all of this crap about Russian collusion for 4 years straight, and then they were force feeding their audience all this crap, and then you can just feel this seething hatred that the viewers have for their own propagandist outlets. So, like, that they're not happy. They're not happy with CNN because they voted for this guy. I mean, why would you do that? I mean, I don't know, dude. I saw Biden failing to speak a lot, and I knew that no, you can't. I mean, morally. Now you could make moral arguments left and right about everybody, right? And that's fair, right? But I'm allowed to make a moral argument as well. I don't think that it is morally acceptable for me to cast a vote for somebody that is unable to finish sentences. I believe that well, I don't want to say it's moral, like a good versus bad thing, but I would say it's right versus wrong. And then you could make a parallel argument that it's right versus wrong to vote for Trump as well, and that's totally fine. I don't care. I'm just saying that I had watched about a dozen instances where he'd lost his wits. 10 years ago, 15 years ago, he was still able to do it. He still was able to work a mic. You know what I mean? He's just not able to work a microphone anymore, and he's lost it. It happens. You get old and you lose that ability to do that, and that's what happened to Biden. He has lost his edge, and his edge is never going to come back. You don't get your edge back. My grandma died at 81 years old, by the way. 81 years old. She just died. And that sucked, but she died. But yeah, I don't think that it wasn't, no, I would never vote for anybody that couldn't remember their lines. And I would never vote for anybody that couldn't come up with their own lines on the fly. You know what I mean? That's like, now you could tell me that Donald Trump has said a million dumb things. I'm in agreement. I'm in full agreement. Okay, but at least he can speak. You know what I mean? At least he can speak. And now, does Trump say things that are over the top 100% of the time? Nobody denies that. Nobody denies that. Does he exaggerate a lot? Nobody's denying this. Nobody's denying this. But have you ever seen him forget what he was saying on stage? No. No, you've never seen him do that. So we were kind of in the between a rock and a hard place. We were between, our nation in the United States was stuck between a man that was clearly like done because he was unable to think and form sentences and stuff like that. And it made me wonder if he was getting shots of adrenaline just to get up on stage. And he didn't have any charisma, and like he just had no charm. And the things he would say were really weird. He called this one girl like a horse trader. He called her like he's like, you're a wash-buckling pony soldier or something like that. I'm like, I don't know what the hell this dude's talking about. And then like the next day, Trump was saying like, we're going to build it better, and there's going to be more, and you're going to be tired of it. It's like, there's going to be so much of it, you're going to wish there wasn't. So, you know, with Trump, he was going to give you so much you were going to be tired of it. We were going to be winning. You're going to be winning. You're going to be winning so much you weren't going to know what to do with it. And then Biden, you're going to be snoozing. You're going to be just sleeping. That's what it was. Melania Trump's 51 years old. Barack, he just turned 60. Joe Biden's 78. Donald Trump was in The Little Rascals, The Associate with Whoopi Goldberg. 54, the director's cut. 2 weeks notice. He was in the Home Alone with that Macaulay Culkin. He was in a lot of movies. You know, Biden, but we got to put up with this guy for another couple of years. But I don't know who we're going to. Oh, I don't care who wins. Because if you didn't get the memo, it doesn't matter who wins. Okay? It doesn't matter who wins. One side is always going to be talking about global warming and everything like that, and then the other side is always going to be talking about, yeah, well, if we don't burn fossil fuels, then everybody's going to starve. And then, of course, nobody does anything, and then you're going to have independent billionaires building spaceships going up in space because they're like, we don't care what these idiots are doing. We need to be ready for meteors. All right, whatever. They're like, we got a plan for super volcanoes. We got to leave the planet. Okay, good to go, man, whatever. Later, I guess you just leave us, peons here on Earth, bickering with each other while Yellowstone National Park explodes into a gigantic freaking super volcano. And, we're just going to die here forever. We're just going to die. So as far as we know, there's like 60 more years left of fossil fuels. I don't want to hear about how fossil fuels are destroying the freaking planet anymore because, dude, it's getting phased out, dude. It's happening. You got electric cars, you got batteries that are bigger, longer, stronger. They can take you farther. There's innovative ways to charge electric cars now in the batteries. And it's like I don't even want to hear it anymore. Uh, because, dude, it's whatever. We're just going to transition to a non-carbon society. We're not going to have a choice because of the legislation and everything. They're just going to stop being able to burrow for it. And then the only people that are going to be using it are basically going to be third world countries. They'll get whatever's left of the reserve because they're not going to have the money to buy a big technological devices. And in most of them, they're off in farmlands anyways. They're unable to get water, for Christ's sake, if they don't have a pump. And that means that they've got to run some oil chugging one cylinder diesel or something like that. And that they got to pull start using granddaddy's belt. And if they don't have that, then they're going to starve and they're not going to be able to water their fields. So, I don't even want to hear it at this point. Now I just get jealous when I see somebody with like a sports car driving around because I got a Toyota Camry. So I'm like, okay, well, I'm conserving my fuel, and I mean I'm getting a good deal there because I'm not paying hardly anything. I have low payments. My gas bill is easy on me, and insurance is cheap, and it's affordable, right? But it's like you have to think about it from a different perspective now, dude. In the United States, in the next 65 to 70 years, uh, we're going to stop burning oil. I don't know how, but we're going to do it. And then this will be the only chance that you're going to get to drive a nice car and to drive motorcycles around. It'll be the only time you'll ever be able to do it. And are you okay with guys like Biden flying airplanes all over the place, and even Trump, Republicans and Democrats flying all over the place, and in one day they're going to burn more fossil fuels than you'll burn in an entire year, and they're telling you what to do and how to think, and they're getting you all riled up so that they can build a world that fits their image, and then meanwhile, one of the most amusing things that we've ever developed as a society, which was the fossil fuel burning engine, is going to disappear, and then that's that. And then mankind will have lost that super special thing, and the masses will never even know what that is into the future. In 100 years, nobody's going to be driving around with some gas or diesel chugging vehicle. By then they'll have because if you give somebody 100 years, they're going to figure out how they can ship freight via ship. And I don't know how they're going to ship freight via ship, but I'm pretty sure a day is going to come where they're going to be shipping freight via trains without fossil fuels. If you gave somebody 100 years, they will figure it out. And if they can't do that, then they'll just have battery powered cars with solar power panels all over them, as silly as that is. But it's really, it's going to be an experience that a group of people are never going to be able to experience, where you put your foot down on the throttle and then vroom 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 vroom. You know what I mean? You push down on the accelerator, gasoline goes into the engine, sparks and air mixing and with fuel, and then all this stuff is happening, and then that's never going to happen again for us unless you've got like antiques, and probably then you're going to need a permit. And the way that government is evolving, they'll probably have it be that you'll have to get a background check just to get a permit, to buy gasoline so that you can drive your historic, vehicle around. You see how it is, like, because like if you want to get a firearm these days, most states are not super stupid. You can just go and get a firearm. I would say most states you could even just get like a rifle or a shotgun or something like that. But more and more states are jumping on the wagon where you got to get permits to get pistols and stuff like that. And if you're asking me, I think that's the dumbest damn thing that they could do, because I think you should just be able to have a pistol. Just have a freaking pistol, be able to protect yourself. You know what I mean? And I don't need a counter argument. And I'll never listen to anybody that makes one. Well, it's a slippery slope. The only thing that's slippery slope is your brain sliding down your nose, and like just leaving just snot all over your brow, because that Neanderthal, mentality that you actually need to debate with somebody about your rights is just so communist. And I can't even entertain that kind of baloney. Honestly, you find it all the time with like 18-year-olds that are like right in the workforce, and it's the girls. Oh, I think you should have to get a permit to get a shotgun. Really? You think I should be able to have a permit? Do you think I should get a mental health check too? Do you think I should submit my medications and stuff like that? Like, what else would you like? Because I just want to defend myself. I'd like to be able to like shoot a deer. You know what I mean? Well, I don't care. I think that there should be a universal background check. It's like, well, yeah, we know we do. Don't you understand? We do have that. You know what I mean? You can't just get a gun. You know what I mean? Black market, but that's not the way that they're thinking. The way that they're thinking is like they want you to be like submitting your all like records. You know what I mean? So you do know what's going to happen. So you do know what's going to happen for you youngsters. You youngsters are being coached to put all of your information. Your teachers are always telling you to get your mental health. They're like, your mental health. You need to go in to get your mental health check. Can't you see the light at the end of the tunnel? All these kids from K through 12, they're being told to get their mental health examined, which means they're getting mental health records before they even leave high school. So you're going to graduate high school and then turn 18 years old afterwards, and you're not going to be able to pass a background check because all of your teachers and administrators and the staff and the school system that you go to will have been brainwashing you that everything that triggers you, you need to go see a doctor. You're going to be on medication, and you're going to be on this, and you're going to be on that. Dude, you're not even going to be able to buy a muzzle-loading gun. Don't you see what's happening? If you don't see that, you're blind. You're blind. The way that things are going right now is that kids get so upset and they get so triggered, and they're all on pills now, and they're all on all these medications, and they're all getting all these mental hygiene checks all the time. So, dude, forget about it. If you want to get a pistol and if you want to get a gun when you get out of high school, I got news for you. You're probably not going to be able to, because you have been coached to go and get mental health checks and stuff like that. You're not going to be able to get a gun. You're not going to be able to. And you'll be thinking that you did yourself service. Well, maybe you did, maybe you didn't. But one thing's for sure, you're not going to be able to defend yourself in a couple of states. You're going to have to move to Texas, the one place that, every young kid says is the worst place in the world. The devil's in Texas. That's where rights are. Oh, no, rights. We don't want rights. We don't want to be able to walk into a store and buy a pistol within 24 hours with only an ID. Oh no, that'd be crazy. I mean, heaven forbid I'd be able to travel from one end of a state to another with a gun in my car without getting arrested. You know what I mean? Heaven forbid I'd be able to just walk around and be able to protect myself. You know what I mean? And heaven forbid all that. But you know how it is kids are getting triggered and kids got to be on them pills. Well, guess what? You can't get pistols if you're on all kinds of pills and stuff. If you think you're going to be able to get a pistol when you're on pills in a state that requires permits, think again. They'll never let it happen. They'll never let it happen. And they might let you slip through the cracks this year, but next year they'll write laws to make it so that you can't. And then by the time you realize that you can't get a gun to defend yourself, you'll wonder why it happened. And you'll look back and you'll find that the entire situation that raised you made you progressively more of a bitch and progressively more triggered and progressively more hostile to yourself, where you turned yourself in and threw your rights out the window. And you'll wish you could reverse it, but you just can't, because everybody was on that same bandwagon. That's the way that it is. If you don't see that, now you do, I hope. But that's just the way that it is. That's just the way that it is. Kids are being coached to go into the mental health system and to be on drugs these days. I don't even need to do an internet search to know that medications for depression, anxiety, bipolar, or whatever have skyrocketed over on a year basis. And what I am definitely saying is that youths using antidepressants and using antipsychotics and anti-this, that, and the other is increasing every single year within that same youth group of people. Do you have any idea what happens when a brain, so the brain does not finish developing until it's about 23 to 26 years old. Basically, it was the last time I read. Let me double check that. But I think that the brain finishes developing at 20. So when does the human brain finish developing? I heard it was 25. 25 years old. The brain stops developing at 25 years old. All right. So when you're 16 years old and you go to your guidance counselor and say, I don't know, I feel a little fruity. And Timmy showed me his butthole in the locker room and I'm not sure what to do. And they're like, well, I've got some medicine that's going to fix what's going on with you a little bit. That sounded like so bad, but that was like the worst thing I've said all day in the stream. But you know what it is. And then you're going to have to get your mental health evaluated because you're not normal. There's things wrong with you. And we got to get that fixed right now because, man, we can't have you having a mental health breakdown, and going out into society because heaven forbid people found out that you were unique. Heaven forbid people found out that you were your own special little snowflake, and that was okay. And that was okay. Heaven forbid people found out you were a human being. We got to get you treated for that. We got to get you pacified for that. And we got to do it before you're 16 years old. Sure, your brain's 9 years away from being fully developed, but we got to pump you full of this, 200 milligrams of this, 50 milligrams of this a day, 300 milligrams of this right before you go to bed, and a whopping 400 milligrams of this antipsychotic once every 24 hours to prevent a global catastrophe, because the last thing that we can have is hormonal teenagers being confused, going out and being unique, freaking human beings with their own problems that are normal. We can't have that. We can't have that. If you're not drooling before you go to bed, if you don't fall asleep standing up, then that's not good for society. Yeah, and then go figure that you're not going to be able to defend yourself. You're not going to be able to get a pistol permit. You're not going to be able to you're not going to be able to defend yourself. You won't be able to pass a mental health evaluation, and you won't be able to pass anything because you have been conditioned and coached 100% of the way. And you know this to be true. Dude, they're now telling kids in kindergarten and stuff that they got to do all this stuff and all this mental stuff, and it's crazy what's going on. Do you think some kid that's being coached in primary school to think all this crazy stuff is going to be able to apply for a pistol by when they're 18 years old or 21? They will never be able to get a pistol because before they get out of high school, they're going to be on 2 or 3 different medications. You're going to have girls that are on steroids and you're going to have girls that are on steroids and antipsychotics. And you're going to have boys on estrogens and antidepressants who have already had probably 3 false alarm suicide alerts and at least 1 suicide attempt apiece, they're not going to be able to defend themselves. They're going to be out on the streets. Sure, when they're in a group, wearing, with their Black Lives Matter t-shirts and they're spray painting everything and they're beating the crap out of grandma with 2x4s. Yeah, they're safe while they're in that group. But when the second they leave Portland and they go somewhere else past 10 p.m. and they weigh 135 pounds and they're 5'9" and they're all jacked up on weird kind of drugs and they don't know what's going on, yeah, they're not going to be able to defend themselves. And they don't exactly have an accurate view of mentality to boot. They don't know what the hell's going on. And you don't see that happening? Do you really believe that these kids that you see on TV that are being experimented on before they're even in 6th grade, do you really think they're going to be able to apply for a pistol? They'll never pass muster. The sheriff's deputy in charge that day is going to take a look at that youngster's pistol permit, and they're going to see that kid's on steroids, and they're also on antipsychotics, and they've got a list of mental health, and they've got a risk, and they've already had a suicide attempt. They've had a suicide attempt, 3 false alarms, and they've spent probably combined 60 days in a mental health facility, and they've been on medications for the past 12 years. Do you really think they're going to be able to get a pistol? They will never get a pistol. And that's not good, because then you're just creating people that can't defend themselves. And that's not good at all, dude. It's really, really, really scary. Look, if you're a youngster, if you're a teenager and you tell me, say, Aaron, I got to tell you something, I saw your show or whatever it is you do where, you squat with bad knees and you talk about how good you are at Fallout. And I don't, and I don't feel like a guy, but I got the twig and berries. I'm not going to say that's bad. If you've got a twig and berries and you're feeling like a girl inside, I have no dog in that fight. I don't care. Fine. Whatever. That's weird as hell, but you've got the road. You want to get a job? Fine. Have a job. You want to go to school? You want to get a mortgage? You get that. You know what I mean? You have all the rights that I do. But I'm going to tell you, I'm going to tell you this. Okay. I'm going to be like, look, my man, my girl, whatever the hell you're calling yourself right now. I'd be like, nut tap, just fucking with you. Look, I want you to know this one thing. You're feeling all these weird feelings, right? I want you to know that if you go and get treated for that, you will never be able to get a pistol permit in your life. You'll never be able to pass a background check for a gun. Is it really worth it? And you could say, Aaron, no, don't tell him that. Don't tell him that because he's mentally unstable. And now you're telling him that if he goes and does all this stuff and gets treatment, that he's not going to be able. Well, somebody has to tell him. Somebody has to tell people that when they get mental health treatment, they're throwing their rights out of the way. They're out of the window. You're not telling them. You're not telling them. Nobody wants to. That's a down-to-earth conversation I think we ought to be having with people. You ought to be telling kids. You ought to be telling kids when they're younger. Look, get all the mental health treatment that you need, but understand this: the second you do, you'll never be able to get a pistol. In about 10 different states in the United States, you'll never pass a pistol permit. You'll never have to. If you want to get a pistol, you're going to have to move to Texas, and you're going to hate it there because everybody's different than you there, and you'll feel like an outcast. Sure, you'll have, you'll be able to, you'll be a guy that's a girl or whatever, and you'll have a pistol, but you'll be alone. You'd rather be in Portland, where you're one and the same with everybody. But it really, really upsets me. And I'll tell you another thing that upsets me. All of our veterans come home, and then all of you Americans, you're like, we want to help all of our veterans out. We want to help all our veterans out. Did you know that if you send a veteran to get mental health checks and that you send him in to get medication, so yeah, he protects you overseas, and then you encourage him and you throw all this money into this system, and then you coach him to go get all this mental health treatment. The VA is going to be giving him drugs, and the VA is going to be putting him in a prolonged stay in a domiciliary somewhere. I'm telling you, this is how it happens. I know. I used to work there. I know how it works. The VA medical systems, they're filled with them. They call them domiciliaries. You got veterans all over the place. They're there for drugs, and then they're there to get drugs, and they're there to get mental health treatment. And a lot of them, they're not allowed to leave. They're not allowed to leave. They have to stay there for like 30 to 45 days to adjust to their medications. You are a part of that. And because of that, they can't actually defend themselves now. How about that? It's another cog in the wheel that got greased to produce people that get on drugs that make it impossible for them to pass pistol permits. And every single America, every swing and Dill and every swing and Jill, they're all, well, can't really swing a Jill, but in any, the JJ, what they call it, they're like, oh, we need you veterans to get your helps, and we got to get your helps. Okay, well, you just helped a dude to not be able to have a gun for the rest of his life. Congratulations. And how many of those people do you really think are so justifiably insane that they can't get a pistol, and if they're in a state that needs a pistol permit? The smallest fraction, but you've created a system where 100% of them can't get one. It's not like every single person that's having a mental health, issue is, predominantly of this group of people that will pull the trigger on you. But we've conflated everything with the media, and you know how it is whenever there's a Republican in office, every single day you got to talk about how many white people are shooting stuff up and everything like that, and then everybody's bad and guns are really evil. But congratulations, America! You've created a system that's putting people on drugs, and they're what they're doing is they're kicking your ass and they're taking your name. You don't just go and see a doctor. You don't just go in and see a nurse practitioner. You don't just go in and see a psychiatrist. I mean, you might go in there and talk to them, but you really think that's where it ends? You leave a paper trail. They got to write all this stuff about you when you came in there. And they're going to ask you if you have suicidal ideation or if you've attempted to kill yourself. If you've done that, good night. You'll never get a pistol as long as you live. That's the first thing they're going to ask. When you call the VA medical system, the first thing that they'll tell you, it's an automated phone system. And the first thing that happens before they'll even send you to an operator or give you a prompt to push a number to direct you to something, they'll say, if you're having a mental health emergency, press this, that, and the other. Do you know what happens if you press any button that they tell you to press at that time? You're going to get red flagged. Police are going to show up at your house within 15 minutes. They will have guns, and they're going to come into your house, and they're not going to leave. They're not going to leave. And then you will leave your house on a stretcher in the back of an ambulance, and they're going to take you somewhere that you don't want to be, but you're forced to be because that's the law. And you're going to stay in that place on medication for a long time. For a long time. And there's nothing you can do about it. And if you try to leave, men with badges will track you down, and they will use guns, and they will find you, and then they will put you back on a stretcher, throw you in an ambulance, and away to mental health city you go. Do you think that's going to be good for your mental health situation? How good do you think you're going to be feeling after that? So the way that you Americans, you funded this, you did this, I did it too, apparently. You did this, we all made this. We've created, how normal do you think you're going to be once you accidentally say, yeah, I think I want to kill myself on a telephone prompt? You do realize that within 30 minutes, armed men are going to be coming to your house. They're going to get in there, and then they're going to put you on a stretcher, which will traumatize you, and they're going to shove you in the back of an ambulance. And then that's going to traumatize you. And then you're going to be driving 90 miles per hour through traffic. That's going to traumatize you. And they're going to take you into some place, and they're going to put you in a gown. And they're going to start putting you on drugs right away. And you're not going to leave because you can't leave for at least a week or two the way that the law is written, because you're under mental health arrest. Sure, you can leave, but not after, but you got to wait a couple weeks. How good do you think that's going to be for you? You think your morale is going to be pretty good? So the way the whole system is set up, it's designed to defeat you. It's designed to defeat you. And we've allowed this creeping fear to creep right into every nook and cranny of our civilization. Every nook and cranny of our civilization has adapted to this whole phobia that anything that you think that's not, that you don't have a good feeling about, you have to report it. I have news for you. Everybody gets depressed. Sometimes you don't get a boner that lasts. Sometimes sometimes a girl doesn't want to like you because she rather likes somebody else. Sometimes you get dumped. Sometimes you get a wild hair up your ass and you dump some broad and then you cause her to get depressed. Sometimes you get hired and you get real high and from feeling like that, and then you might drink a little bit too much and then punch some douchebag in the face and get your ass kicked, and then you're in the slam for a day or two, so then you lose your new job. Stuff happens. Life is freaking crazy, but I will tell you this, not every wild hair that you get up your ass is a mental health emergency. And I hate to have to say that because you have liability issues, but I'd be remiss if I wasn't honest with you and told you that the second you do anything about it, you throw your rights away. And the fact of the matter is I'm okay with you feeling a little bit weird. If you feel dangerous to other people, yeah, I'm a little weird about that. But, I want you to get checked out. But, if you got problems, the thing is we set it all up so that there's no way out for you. You're just going to be siphoned down this funnel that you're going to be siphoned down a funnel that brands you as a walking potential mental health crisis. And that we all just need to shelter you with angel wings and umbrellas to prevent anything negative from ever happening to you. That's not good for you. That is not good for you. And that's what we have. Is anything that I've said sound good for you? I mean, it's okay if you feel a little wonky, you better get looked at. But the problem is the second you do, you cut off a part of your life. This is what the doctors don't tell you. This is what your school counselors in middle school and in high school and in college don't tell you. This is what the VA workers don't tell you. This is what the telephone prompts of the hospital, at the VA hospital, they don't tell you. They encourage you to get treatment and they encourage you to feel better, but they're going to put you on drugs. You will be marked as a pariah and you will be throwing your life away. Trust me, you're going to lose a part of yourself you can't get back. You'll never get it back. You'll never get it back. And then what they regurgitate out of that system, are you going to be able to handle that? Are you going to be able to really hold yourself, to hold your head up with pride, knowing that your Second Amendment is done? It's done. Anytime that you try, you'll be able to get a muzzle loader. You'll be able to get a muzzle loader, and you'll be able to get, depending on your state, you'll be able to get like a hunting rifle or a shotgun if you're in the United States. But the way things are going, the way things are going, and you've got these youngsters that are 18 years old that think that your mental health record should be a public knowledge. You really do have kids coming out of high school that think that your mental health record should be public knowledge when it comes to applying for a firearm. So in other words, your Second Amendment right, it's not a right, it gets reduced to a privilege. You really think that I'm wrong? This is happening every day. It's happening. It's here. Like, dude, it's on a slippery slope. Like, this is the world that we live in right now. Like adults, like people like me, it's okay. Like, we're okay to talk about, our bad experiences, but we never talk about how we feel in the now, because modern men like me, we know that if we talk about how we feel right now, that will be used against us. It will be used against us. Trust me. The system isn't for you, dude. The system that we live in, it's built for some bizarro snowflake creature that needs to be babysat and have its diaper changed several times a day. It's not anything that's good for anybody, dude. It's just this weird thing that we have created as a culture, as a society. We've all taken a hand in it. There's like four, we've all added a dash of something or other to it. And this is what we've created. We have created a freaking nightmare. We have created a situation where if you want to maintain your rights, you have to bottle up everything inside. You can never have an honest conversation with anybody. Not your friends, not your parents, not your employer, not your doctor. They say, how you doing? I'm doing great. Ever had a bad day? Nope. All my days are great. Ever get depressed? I don't even know what that means. Ever tried to commit suicide? Nope, not even once. Ever thought about it? Never. You're a natural born Boy Scout, for Christ's sake. And you have to say that because men my age know that if you slip and you let people know how you actually feel inside, that your whole life is going to be destroyed. Yeah. How about that? How about that? We have absolutely created a situation where there's two types of drones. There's one type of drone that secretly hates their life, and they can't actually have an honest conversation with anybody, so they live with the pain and they just take it and they just swallow it and they suffer in silence. And every day they're miserable because that's what it means to be alive. And then you got another group of people, they actually did something about it, and now they really are pissed off because they made the biggest mistake of their life. I want to tell you something about suicide. This is something that I've learned from, talking to doctors and stuff like that. I always wondered why only certain people will commit suicide and others won't. So I was talking to this one doctor once and I said, I'm wondering, doctor, will you tell me, how come some people commit suicide and some people don't? And you want to know what he told me? He thought it was genetic. What he believed was that, and I'm just telling you what a doctor told me. I asked him, I pressured him. I pressured the man with intensity because I wanted to know what he thought. And when under pressure, you want to know what he told me? He thought that it was genetic. He believed that some people were just genetically predisposed to commit suicide. That if you had like 100 people that were really depressed, one or two of them would just commit suicide because they were just as depressed as the other 98 to 99 people, but there was something going on in their brain. It was a switch that didn't make them empathize with themselves, and then they just killed themselves. That's what he believed. A doctor, a distributor of medication. Isn't that some weird stuff? And it made me think. And I remember I had this one friend that I would shoot bow with. He's a senior citizen now, but we used to shoot bow all the time about this time of year. I don't even know if he can even string his bow anymore, but we used to talk about this all the time. I go, you're not going to believe this. I talked to this one doctor at the VA, and what he told me was stunning. He said that in his opinion, that some people will just simply commit suicide. They'll have the same degree of emotional distraught or anxiety or pain. We'll call it pain, right? But some people, when they hold the knife up to their vein or whatever, they'll press it to their skin and they'll hesitate, and they won't even leave a rash. They won't even drag the knife across their skin. Whereas other people, they'll go full bore. They'll just do it. And I've met people like this. I met a girl that slit her wrist. She slit her wrist horizontally and she slit her wrist vertically. The first time she went with the grain. The second time, the first time she went against the grain. The second time she went with it. I tell you, this girl, she had it. The genetics. It's genetics. I'd never do that in a million years. I swear to God. Even if I was on drugs, I'd never do that. I could never kill myself. I can't, because I don't have the genetics. I believe. What that doctor told me that day, it changed my life, and it changed the way that I view what it means to be alive. And I do certainly believe now, whether he's right or wrong, I now believe, because of the words that he spoke, and I just, based on what I've seen, that if you've got 100 people and everything was the same amount of child abuse, let's say everybody was abused by their parents and they were abused and bullied and everything was really bad, 100 people, everything was the same. But 1% of them had this gene that 1% of them would kill themselves and the other 99 wouldn't. They'd just live with it. They'd still be depressed their whole lives and they'd still be anxious and have all these issues, but they'd live with it. That's what I believe. I really do believe that. I do believe that after what I've seen and what I've heard. Anyway, so what I remember talking to this one guy. His name was Bill, senior citizen Bill, Archer Bill. He had a pistol. He told me. I told him, I go, you got to believe this, or you got to hear this. And so what I did was I actually got mad, and I go, I'm mad with the way the VA works, and I'm mad with the way the American healthcare system works, because I now believe that you can call it a genetic abnormality, or you can call it a genetic norm. But what I told him, so I go like this, I go, we have a VA, so we go, 22 veterans are dying a day. Right, watch this. I'll type in how many veterans are dying a day. How many veterans are dying a day? How many veterans are dying a day? There's like 20 veterans die a day from suicide. Well, what I think now is that they were going to kill themselves no matter what. So we could raise all this, money and awareness, and we could put these guys on drugs or whatever and in rehab. But no matter what we do, they're going to kill themselves. And here's another thing that I believe. I believe that they would still kill themselves if they didn't go in the military at all. I think that what happens is that some people are genetically predisposed and that they become a risk to themselves because of a genetic abnormality or something going on in the brain. They're just not the same. Okay, but not the same, right? Because they're whacking themselves and they're destroying all their potential and they're ending it. But that's what they do. I mean, that's what they do. They kill themselves, right? So we put all of this shame on United States citizens. Oh, you got to help your veterans. You got to help your veterans. And we got to do more, because if we don't, then they're all just going to kill themselves. And what I'm not happy with is that because I now think that they were going to kill themselves if the conditions were right anyway. So we need to have more study on brain research. So there was more that needed to be talked. We need to study more about the brain. We cannot just blame every United States citizen for letting down all these veterans because they're on drugs and they're unstable and they've had a bad experience. We can't make it seem like, oh, no, it was always the military that did it. No, I do believe that an outstanding portion of these suicides were inevitable. They would have happened whether they were a school teacher. They would have happened whether they were a construction worker. They would have happened whether they were a heroin addict. They would have happened no matter what, they would have happened. And then they were inevitable. They were just a ticking time bomb. I do believe that. If the conditions were right, then it would happen. So I do not believe that it's fair and it's not fair to me. It belittles me and it belittles everybody else that's trying to say, hey man, I'm towing the line. I'm doing the best I can, because it makes us all look fragile. It makes us all look like we just can't keep our head above the water. And it makes us all look like we're like an endangered freaking species. And meanwhile, there's like millions of us. And it puts a false impression in the minds of all you. You got to treat us all with kids' gloves. It's really, really weird what's going on. You know what I'm saying? It's just like we did that. We did that. And shame on you. And shame on you. And shame on me. And shame on all of us, right? It's just the way that we have designed this. And then there's more to that story too. So what I believe is that, right, it's a genetic abnormality. That's what I think is going on. And I do believe that a lot of these people, these 20 veterans that commit suicide today, it's unfair to put that on your shoulders, because what I believe is that a good portion of them were probably going to be, if the conditions were right, they would have killed themselves anyways. That's what I really do believe. I really do believe that, and I'll never take that back. And I've believed that for several years now. I just think that if some people, they just have brain abnormalities, and apparently, it's a lot of veterans, 20 a day. But I think it's very unfair to put that all on your back. Why should you have to yoke all that? That's an awful lot of responsibility to say that that you could stop that. And I don't think that you can stop that. It's like trying to stop an annual wave of mosquitoes in Georgia. You really can't stop that annual wave in mosquitoes in Georgia. I know, because I've seen it tried. They'll send in AC-130s, and then they'll just like carpet bomb everything with poison. And then 1 week later, all the mosquitoes are all over the place. And they'll try it in North Carolina. They'll try it in South Carolina. They'll gas and gas and gas and gas and gas. And those mosquitoes are coming, and there's not a damn thing that you can do about it. But again, you can prevent a couple of them. And it's a bad situation. So, but under the guise of protecting the poor, fragile veterans, we have created this lattice network of basically an imprisonment system that coaches veterans to just go right into the VA and start piling up mounds of very complicated, irreversible paperwork that definitely will be used against you. We have created that. And that's not fair. And that's not fair. It's not fair, and it's not right. I mean, and I don't know if we can reverse that, but I'm not happy about that at all. I think that's one of the worst things that we've created. Now, I mean, obviously you want to go out there for the veterans and you want to create a system that's working for them, but not that way. Not that way. And see, the thing is like, yeah, we need to study the brain. If we don't have, I'm going to just let me see if anything's come out. Is suicide idolization a brain abnormality? Let's see what's come out over the years. Nothing's really coming up on that. We need to study more. Yes, neurobiology is very important. So the argument that I'm making is that you'll have 18-year-olds that enlist in the military, right? And they'll enlist in the military, but they're already predisposed. They're already at a higher risk. You see what I'm saying? They're already at a higher risk. That's what I believe. And to really test, I don't even know what you'd do. You'd break the fabric of society if you started quizzing people and forcing them to push and to probe them to see how close they were, living on the edge. I think that would be in violation of, some very serious, like the structure of our union as it was would definitely be breaking down the second we probe people at a young age to determine if they're genetically predisposed. But see, what I think is that you'll have a situation where you'll have veterans that will commit suicide, right? But they didn't deploy and they didn't do drugs. They just did it. And then we're unable to work with that. As a society, we can't make heads or tails from a situation like that when somebody does that. You know what I mean? Like, there's nothing you can do about that. If somebody has a really traumatic experience in war, we can work with that. But what we don't have is hardcore data. What they're doing is they're putting on all of our shoulders, and they're shaming us because we're not doing enough to help these fragile victims, and we don't have any data. We don't know what percentage of them deployed. We don't know what percentage of them were on drugs. We don't know what percentage of them were infantry. We don't know what percentage of them were in what, well, we do know, we do have some data like that. We've got some data, but we're dumping an awful lot on American citizens. And it definitely is your fault, is the consensus, and that you need to be doing more. And there's nothing wrong with doing more. But the problem is that it'll never be enough. It'll never be enough. Because dude, people have been whacking themselves all the way since like prehistoric time, dude. It just happens. Some pigeons and some birds, they just fly right in the ground and they just smash their head upon impact and they just die. Some people are just downward flyers, you know what I mean? And there's got to be whales out there that they just stay down in the depths and they just stop breathing and they just go to sleep down there. It's weird. I've seen a lot as an employee of the VA and seeing the domiciliary in action and talking to these vets and stuff like that. And then when election season comes out, whenever there's it's funny. It's funny how the Republicans are all anti, control and everything, and they're like, "Oh no, we don't want the government to get any bigger." But the Republicans are always the first one to raise awareness for how many veterans are dying. Well, you know that if you're going to be focusing the like a laser on the fact that veterans are dying, then you definitely know the full scope of that conversation is hint about mental health checks. And they're definitely having that conversation broadcasted to every soul in the United States, which is, at that point, it has nothing to do with veterans. You have to admit it's got nothing to do with veterans at that point. The cat's out of the bag because now everybody's talking about it. And guess what? Those 20 veterans, they still died. But now more kids are taking more pills and stuff like that. And it's definitely. I don't exactly know the opportunities that it's creating for returning veterans when they're hearing all this data. I don't really think that that's really helping them. I don't really think that when they hear stuff like 20 veterans are dying a day because of self-inflicted injuries, I don't think that that's basically doing them any good. And then another thing, that when the Democrats they're obviously going to be like, well, we're going to need to have more. We're going to need to have, more mental health and all this stuff because, of course, they're going to want more data trails. They're going to want more of your information in databases that they can then probe whenever you go for a job or whenever you apply for something like that. And then, so really, it's just tongue in cheek. It's almost like the Republicans and the Democrats are working together. Then the Republicans are going to be like, oh yeah, we're all anti this, probing and, getting all this information about you put in books and in archives and in computer systems and swapping it all over the United States. But they'll be the first to tell you, but they'll be the first to scream to veterans and go absolutely ape shit about how much you need to get your mental health checked. They'll do that and they will pressure you and I know all about it. They never shut up about it when I first got out. They're like, you have to go to the VA. If you're not going to the VA, you have to go to the VA. 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 Tell them every single day. My family, my friends, my veterans, go in there, tell them. Every day. They never shut up about it. Every single day. Don't you see how that system is just rigged? And that you could call, a joint Republican Democrat construct of just this gigantic, just kind of like satellite weird military construct thing. We don't even know what the hell it is that has been created. Very, very weird. Very, very weird what we have created. And you can't stop it. You can't stop it. So everybody gets triggered, and then they got to get on drugs right away. And then you definitely do make it impossible for you to then get a pistol permit. And then if anybody knows that you've ever had any kind of a mental health check, and then of course we just coach everybody to talk openly about it nowadays. You go to the VA, you find veterans sitting there smoking cigarettes, on the park bench, talking about how many times they've been into rehab. They will tell you. They will tell you. They won't shut up about it. They will not shut up about it. They'll tell you everything about their mental health. Oh my God, my knee. They will tell you everything about it. And they'll never shut up about it. It's like a pride of how many times they've been to rehab. So, like, if they tell you that they've been to rehab and like they say, hey, man, I need you to be a reference for me for my pistol. Dude, you are not going to be a good reference for them. You'll never be a reference for them. So they're going to tell everybody that that they're on these drugs and that they've been to rehab and they're getting all these mental health classes and stuff like that. And then they're going to want you to be a reference for them, and you're not going to be a good reference for them. So, they throw their lives away just to get checked. And, we have, straight up, it's just like, that's what we did. That's what we have done. And there's no escape from it. Doesn't matter who you vote for. You're not stopping this. It's there. It is this weird thing that we created. And it's happening now in kids. So I'm sure that and then of course you got guys like Ben Shapiro. So Ben Shapiro is the first person that'll talk about Ben Shapiro is the first person that'll talk about the importance of mental health. And he's also the first person to refer you, to give you, to tell you about his favorite pistol that he uses to defend himself and his family. So that's kind of a double message. So he'll be like, well, you got to get your mental health because my grandfather was schizophrenic and I watched what it did to him. So what's your stance then, Ben Shapiro? Are you really, are you really, pro-gun, or are you really just towing the line? Because that sounds awfully staged to me. Because I know that if I was Ben, I would say it a little bit differently. I wouldn't worry about the backlash. I would just tell people the truth, that if you are having a mental health emergency, you might as well get checked out. But the problem is you're getting your mental health checked out and you're checking out from society at that same time. You're checking out. You're throwing your rights away in the express lane. All right, you're just freaking. You're bundling up your Second Amendment right, and then you're strapping concrete boots to it, and you're dumping into the ocean, man. And you're piling a whole bunch of lead bricks all over it. It ain't never coming back up. You're never going to get it. You're never going to get it. So you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. You have to tell somebody that's having a mental health emergency that they have to go get checked out. But then you know that as soon as they do, that person is officially done. That person is officially done. They're done. You simply can't have a mental health emergency and come back from that. How do you come back from a mental health emergency? You can't come back from a mental health emergency. If you have a mental health emergency, you're done. You're done. Okay? Forget about it. And now, see, is Ben Shapiro ever going to have that conversation with you? How about Steven Crowder? Steven Crowder going to have? Do you think Jesse Lee Peterson's going to tell you that? Do you think Tim Pool's going to tell you about that? How about Hex Stixenhammer? What about how about Joe Rogan? Do you think Joe Rogan's going to tell you anything like that? Do you think they're going to have a real conversation with you about that? No, because they're afraid of the backlash. They're afraid that they're going to get a thumbs down. They're afraid that they're going to get a thumbs down if they're honest with you. Either that or they're just so freaking ignorant that they can't relate. which is probably the case. But go figure that a guy raised up in like Beverly Hills with probably millions of dollars, like Joe Rogan, that got to monkey around and be on TV shows and stuff. I mean, probably got escorted and just like, I'm sure he had to work a little bit hard, but go figure he just couldn't relate. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe he just can't relate. Maybe he doesn't know what it's like to be normal. Either that, or he was, or maybe he was raised different. Maybe his dad was savvy. Maybe his dad was savvy. You know what I mean? But he'll never really have that conversation with you. No, nobody will. And isn't that weird? Isn't that weird? It's like mental health is like all over the news. It's all over the world these days. We've gotten to the point where it's completely normalized. It's normalized to have a conversation that will put your life on track to be different permanently. Is that really what you want? Would you honestly, if I got to tell you, like, if you're out there and you feel depressed after hearing what I've said, are you going to go talk to a doctor about it? Because you know he's going to start probing you questions. He's not before he even asks you how to spell your last name. He's going to ask you if you've attempted suicide or if you're thinking about it. You're just another brick in the wall, dude. They don't care about you. They don't care about you, dude. It's like I mean, look. If you are thinking about whacking yourself, what do you have to lose? What do you have to lose, right? Brain abnormalities or not. If you're thinking about whacking yourself, what do you have to lose? If you go the full 9 yards, your story ends. All of your potential is snuffed out. But if you get help, you might find some semblance of peace and something that can restore dignity to your being. I don't know. But I do know one thing. Once you cross that line, then you're no longer who you are. You're not. You're not. You become like the guys sitting on the park bench smoking cigarettes, like the veterans at the VA. You just go and ask. You just walk up to some guy wearing ragged clothes, smoking cigarettes. It smells real bad. Hey, you ever had mental health problems? He'll tell you all about it because that's what he believes he's supposed to do. That's what he believes he's supposed to do. I am so sorry to have to say this to you, but that's just the way that it is. And but it would be wrong for me not to tell you this. If you're thinking about that stuff, what do you have to lose, right? Because if you already think that you're better off dead, then you already, hey, at least you know your alternative, dead. So you might as well talk to somebody about it, because there always remains a chance, theories aside, you might just change your mind, right? But if you're just feeling a little bit depressed, or like if you feel a little bit weird and you go and get that checked out, then they're going to have a paper trail on you, and that paper trail is going to follow you around forever. And is it worth having a paper trail because you felt a little bit depressed or a little bit weird? You know what I mean? It's like, it's I don't think that it's worth it. So, it's very, very important for me that if I'm having a problem or if I'm suffering, to basically just suffer in silence. You know what I mean? That's what's very, very important to me, because I already know what's going to happen. I already know I know I'm good to go. I know I'm not whacking myself and I'm in the game. But I know that if I talk to somebody, then they're going to convince me that something's going on. And next thing you know, it's going to be the drugs. The next thing you know, it's going to be the treatment. And the next thing you know, goodbye being able to get a pistol. You know what I mean? And just forget about it. It's and my rights and my dignity as a human being are more important than my rights and my dignity as a human being are way, 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 way more important to me than how you feel about my feelings. That like I don't care what you feel about my feelings, but I know feelings are on the forefront of like just a lot of people's mind right now, and it's like a big freaking deal. Feelings.
actions speak louder than words. Actions speak louder than words. You know, it's there's only what you do. What are you going to do about it? And you know, and if you're convinced that you're going to do something really really awful, I hope you do the right thing, and I hope you talk to somebody. Because if you don't do the right thing, man, you're going to get somebody hurt. You're going to get somebody hurt. There's a lot of people right now. They well, you don't really hear about it as much because you got a Democrat in office, but you used to hear about it all the time when you had Trump in charge, about how bad everything was and everybody, they were all killing each other, anything like that. You won't hear about that until a Republican gets back in office. You'll hear about how bad it is and how evil, you know, everybody is. But right now it's like, oh man, we got a Democrat in charge. We're good to go. So, you know, you don't have to worry. Nobody ever gets shot anymore. It's, you know, it's everything like that. But man, I just tell you, it's so weird what's happened. And it's so weird how we did this and we made this. And dude, it's true, we got a snowflake society. We do, we have a snowflake society. And and uh and I'm not talking about people with like, I'm not calling people with serious problems snowflakes. Because if you got a serious problem, then obviously that's a problem. You know what I mean? Like if you're a lawyer and someone says, "Hey, I got a problem here," you're going to go, "Shut up, snowflake! I'm trying to eat Cheetos." No, you're going to want to hear them out and see what's going on. What I am saying is that you'll have somebody that gets triggered, and then that's a big deal for them, and they're freaking out. That is weird. Now, if you're part of that society and you see what's going on around you, do you really think that people who are getting triggered, you know, I don't know, maybe they do need some mental health. They're getting triggered like crazy. But, you know, yeah, I just tell you, dude, it's so weird what's going on, and it's not going to stop. I would just say, you know, think about this. If you do something about your mental health, you cross a line, and and that's that. And for better or for worse, you cross a line, and then your rights are going to go away, and then you need to know that, and people need to be taught that in school. See, I'm not anti mental health. I'm anti lies. And if you omit to somebody that when they get checked out, they're going to lose their rights, probably for the rest of their life, then you did lie to them. Because if you're a professional, look, if you went to school for 8 years, to give medicine and to evaluate people's mentality, you don't think at one point, and within 8 years of studying 30 to 40 hours a week religiously, you didn't read one case where somebody lost their rights to, you know, to take care of children, or they lost their rights to take care of their effects, or they lost their rights to run a business, or to operate, or to make decisions for themselves, or to own a gun, or to speak in certain situations. Really? Dude, that's not possible. It's not possible that modern day professionals would know that, but they sure as hell won't talk about it. So that is lying. It's lying by omission. And you can make certain, let me see, is omission the same as lying? Watch this. Omission seems to become a lie when you intentionally hide something from someone. The difference is that when people lie, not only are they hiding the truth, they're hiding the truth, but they are also submitting another lie to be believed as truth. Whereas there is no effort taken by omitting. Where there is, I don't really know. But anyways, when omission seems to become a lie when you intentionally hide something from someone. Is omitting a form of lying? Lying by omission is when a person leaves out important information or fails to correct a pre-existing misconception in order to hide the truth from others. You see what I'm saying? Now, have I omitted anything to you? You might not have liked what I said, but did I omit anything from you? I told you the truth. I told you the truth that if you're feeling really messed up inside, that you might want to get it checked out. But did I omit the fact that your life was going to be derailed? Did I omit the fact that when you try to apply for a permit that nobody's going to be a reference for you? Did I omit the fact that when the sheriff takes a look at your application, he's going to throw it in the burn bin? Did I omit that from you? No, I told you the truth. I told you the truth. You have to make your own decision as an adult. If you are an adult, you have to evaluate that decision. You have to make that decision. And I guess the way that we got it set up is that if you're a kid, then you don't get to make that decision now, and then we just start making all those decisions for you. But did I admit that when you're a kid and if you start taking all kinds of pills or whatever, there's going to be a permanent medical record about the drugs that you've taken? You have to put all that stuff down on your pistol permits. You know that, right? You have to put down every pill that you've taken. And you have to put down, if you've ever been arrested, if you've ever done a day of jail, anything beyond a moving violation, you have to write down. And you also have to write down any drugs that you've taken, and you have to write down any hospital stays that you've taken. You have to do that. And do you really think you're gonna do well on that application once the sheriff takes a look at that? He's not going to give you the green light. He's not going to. So it's like you become a subclass. This group of people that as a society, we encourage you to get help, but we all collectively just throw you under the bus because we all know the truth, but we'll never tell it to your face. We all know, they're like, okay, well, this guy's, he's a horse with a limp and he's going to go into the machine, and that's that for this guy. And you're just going to have to just never look at this guy with any kind of dignity or respect again for the rest of their life. It's like, wow. Congratulations. I'm so proud of us. I am so freaking proud of us for creating a system that no matter who you are, irrespective of the severity of the alarm, we treat everybody the same. We treat everybody like your whole life is just basically you've just turned into a half melted snowflake, and now you're done. You're done. Wow. That is what we have created. That is what we have created. And I got 13 more minutes on the clock, and then I'm going to mow down some turkey kielbasa with a little bit of Tabasco sauce, and then I'm going to go to bed. But I got 13 minutes on the clock, and then tomorrow I got to do gutter work. I got to hold a ladder for this guy. So he can do gutter work. But that's okay. I'm going to eat a whole bunch of food, and then hopefully I can do some squats tomorrow without my knees blowing out. Oh, I got to get this x-ray. Oh, my God. Why does it hurt? I just want answers. Why does the pain never go away in my knee? I hope the x-ray is good. I hope it's just psychological, you know what I mean? Like, it hurts because I think it should. I hope it's just like a bad tendon, like I can get my form reevaluated and I can squat, and, I'm not ready for a bad x-ray right now. Arthritis I'll take. I could care less if it's arthritis. I don't care. Arthritis, whatever. What I don't want is bad bones. Bad bones is you got to get your bones replaced. With I've seen the pictures with I've seen the pictures. They insert like a metal stuff into your knee and stuff like that. That I have a problem with. Arthritis I could care less because I've done the research. You can still squat with arthritis. It's just uncomfortable. So if I find out that it's just arthritis, big deal. I got arthritis in my neck. I have 2 cysts in my left hand. I could care less. So I'm praying for arthritis because whatever. I just want to know. I just want to know. I just need to know. Yeah. I just want to know what's going on with that because I want to squat 385 again. I want to squat 385 again, but you missed it. In June I squatted 385. But then at that point, my knee, I couldn't really do anything with it anymore. I squatted all the way to 385. And I was like, dude, 400, it's coming. 400, it's coming. And then, my squat's just gone down, 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 all the way down. You know what I mean? And so now we're doing 335 again. But I can get that x-ray. And you good old Americans, you're going to pay for my x-rays and there's nothing you can do about it. There's nothing you can do about it because you love your veterans so much. And even if you don't, it doesn't matter because nobody cares. Nobody cares because we fight for you, whether it's bad or whether it's right. We just fight for you, and we get our knees all messed up, and we get our bad hips, and we do all the stupid crap, and our arches collapse, everything like that. We do all that stuff so that you guys can touch yourself to the oldies and get covered with Cheeto dust while you're playing indie games and talk about being based chads who are true to Caesar. And who doesn't understand how freaking stupid that is? Jeez. Man. Based chads. Give me a break. Based chads. Based chads. It's no longer based. It's based chads now. Based chads. That's what it. So now it used to be that it was a meme. It used to be that it was a meme about how level-headed you were, but no, it's now been and I didn't do this. I didn't do this. You guys did this. I had nothing to do with this. I'm just a Fallout 2 player. I had nothing to do with this. Now all of a sudden you're based chads. Well, you can't be based and you can't be a chad anymore. You can't be one or the other. You no longer get to be you no longer get to be that level-headed based dude. And you no longer get to be that pack leading alpha dude that's in charge of stuff. You don't get to be a chad anymore. You are now comically a based chad. And there is simply nothing more stupid than that. A based chad. Congratulations. That's the end result of all your memeing. And you want to know what a based chad is? Somebody that memes to the point where they destroy the truer meaning to something and they reduce it down to the fact that everybody knows that everybody running their mouth about the memes is an idiot. Congratulations. Nobody can be based anymore. Because if you would even say the word based, you're a based chad. And that means you suck. And nobody can be a chad anymore. Because you're a based chad. And that means you suck. And everybody knows that if you're a based chad, then you're true to Caesar and hell. That's borderline retarded. Man, congratulations. You guys did this. I didn't do this. That's not my fault. You guys did this. You guys did this. You've become based chads now. I didn't do this to you. You did this to you. You did this to you. You have now become based chads who are true to Caesar. Congratulations. Congratulations for all of your earnest hard work. You all thought you were building yourselves up as brothers who were cool. Now, you're retarded. No, you're like Peter Griffin. You're like Peter Griffin riding a clown car covered in napalm into like a group of idiots. It's steering towards a course of destruction. You did this. I didn't do this. I don't meme. I never meme because I have a friend that memes, and I never told you guys about my friend that memes. He's almost 40 and he memes, and I just everything that comes out of his mouth, it's like it was like passed by teenagers' approval. It's like, okay, great. So 1 million teenagers are saying boy. So, and then he's, 37 and he's saying that. It's like, okay, well, I don't know what to tell you, dude. I mean, like, I respect him. The guy's got a hard work ethic, but he was almost 40 and he was saying boy a lot, like hundreds of times, and to the point where it lost a lot of value. And I wasn't like losing respect for the guy. It's just that it's like, I think like you don't elevate speech when it's all just about memeing. Now watch, like the word like let's go Brandon, right? Like I said that a couple times, but you know what that means. But you do realize that in 1 week's time, if you're still saying let's go Brandon, like you suck, because that's not cool anymore. So like I think the thing is like you have to know when the meme is good and when the meme is bad. Like you have to immediately back off. And I had people come to my channel like a year ago talking about being based chads that were true to Caesar. And I knew something was wrong right then and there. Right then and there. I knew right away that based wasn't cool. It was like, but people were still saying it. And I think people were like in agreement that it was cool, but everybody knew that it really wasn't. Like, like, like the word cool. You know what I mean? Cool is cool. And that's not a meme. That's just good common sense. That's a word that is good. But based, that's got what do you call it? A lifespan to it. Chad, really? Like, you know what happens when I watch a video and this guy goes, "Yo, Chads, what's going on?" I'm like, dude, we're done. We're done here, dude. I know that I'm listening to someone that hasn't figured it out yet. I mean, you can be true to yourself, but if you're true to Caesar, dude, like, dude, we have to get you help immediately. Immediately. Don't say true to Caesar anymore. If you see somebody that's talking about being true to Caesar, you need to let them know that they need to get checked out right away. You see somebody talking about being based, you let them know they're a based Chad. And that means they're neither a base dude or an alpha pack leading Chad. They are a retard, and that is not good for them. You cannot be you can't even be a Chad now. You can't even be Chad. You guys destroyed it. You destroyed it. Now nobody's an alpha. Everybody's beta. Oh my God. And then Sigma caught on like wildfire. Sigma? Really? Sigma. Really? Sigma. You want to know how many? So now we're glorifying. So now we glorify. You want to know who Sigmas are? Sigmas are people that sit at VA park benches inside large secure buildings that live and worship nothing the passing of time until their next cigarette break, and they've got more unpopular opinions than you can shake a stick at. They're an outcast with nothing going for them. And you guys praise that? You praise that? You destroyed Sigma. You destroyed Chads. Now you're based Sigma Alpha Chad leaders who are true to a man that died 2,000 years ago. Man, true to Caesar. What else is going on? Where are all the others? So it's like what is popular is not always right, and what is right is not always popular. If you don't think that what I'm saying is popular, that's probably because I'm right. Let's see. Memes of the day. Memes of the day. Oh my God. And then the sheer unoriginality of people with memes. It really is sad. So, like, what'll happen is, and teenagers are the worst because they don't actually have personalities. They think they're funny and they think they're cool, but really what they'll do is they'll just make a video and they'll download a laugh track of some toothless guy from India laughing hysterically while a bunch of weird images flash that they copied and pasted off of a Google search, and then that's their video. That's their video. And you'd be like, wow, that's really, wow, this kid got like 30,000 views in one day. Okay, well, let's see how many times he can use that same formula, because he can only use that same laugh track so many times before that dies. He can only flash those same images of those stock meme photos so many times. You know, he can only show you a Pink Panther showing him, with a blunderbuss. He can only show you pictures of Malcolm in the middle. He can only show you pictures of guys from Megamind. He can only show you pictures of Trump and Gordon Ramsay and Nicolas Cage. And he can only show you pictures of Willy Wonka and the Incredible Hulk and Devil Wears Prada and some weird smiling cat and a squirrel with gigantic testicles so many times before it's just like, okay, what is even going on here? But that's like what's really really going on with people. True to Caesar. True to Caesar. I mean, how is it that you can play a video game that's got Caesar as a main character, and that video game characters say that you're true to them, and then you repeat that, but you mean it with like everything? I'm serious. How can you do that? Like, what's going on with you? There's real problems out there. You know that we're probably engaged in a good couple of wars right now, and you guys are true to a video game antagonist? Dang! What's going on with you guys? You got to grow up, kids. Oh, man. All right, it's 2:01. I got it going. I'll make sure to pick on you guys some other time. And then if I'm able to, maybe I can do some squats. I'm crossing my finger for a good x-ray. Crossing my fingers for a good x-ray. Because I know that if I get this x-ray and it's just arthritis, dude, it's on like Donkey Kong. It's on like Donkey Kong. I'm just going to be able to squat all that I want. Squatty, 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 squatty. All right, base chads that are true to Caesar, suck it.